My name is Michael Schenkel, and I'm the commissioner for ANC 2C01. And I'd like to welcome you to the March 8th, 2022 ANC 2C community meeting. I'm calling the meeting to order at 6:04 p.m. Tonight we have again, I always say this, a fairly full agenda. We always have a full agenda at ANC 2C. With that being said, I'll just project the agenda quickly for folks to see tonight. You can also access the agenda at anc2c.us.
Michael, just a quick interruption. Gigi texted asking to be let into the meeting. Is she in the waiting room, or do you think she got the wrong link again?
She is utilizing the wrong link.
All right, I'll tell her. Thank you.
Yes. Sorry about that. Okay. Here we go with our agenda. Sorry about that, folks. Okay, tonight we will start with some community announcements. We also have a special guest this evening joining us, Council Member Brooke Pinto will be providing an update to us, as well as our DC Board of Education member, Alistair Chang. So welcome to both of you this evening. We will be having a number of community updates. There are two additions. There's an addition under the local events that impact the community. We will be adding a third component related to an upcoming activity that is being sponsored by the DC bid that will be happening in early April. We have 5 ABC license, which we'll be working our way through. We will also have an update on the 9th Street protected bike lane. We will hear about the redevelopment of 600 5th Street Northwest, as well as the conversion of an office to residential building at 1425 New York Avenue Northwest as well. And additionally, we will be discussing the redistricting of the ANCs. And I see that this evening, I saw a minute ago, I believe that Howard Marks was on, who was appointed as a representative by Council Member Pinto to assist with the redistricting tonight. So that will also be occurring. Stop sharing here. Okay, so are there any other additions or corrections to the agenda?
No.
Okay. Do we have anybody on the line this evening from?
Oh, there's Gigi also.
Oh, got it.
We're all set with that.
Got it. So we have three commissioners present this evening. I didn't introduce my other commissioners. I apologize. Ellie Miskey is from 2C02. Soon to be Ward 6 with us, and Gigi Nelson, who is joining us this evening, is from 2C03. So welcome, commissioners. Let's move you around here, Gigi, so I can see you throughout the meeting. There you go. Okay, perfect. Awesome. Is anybody from DC on this evening that is going to be discussing the former Pat Handy, the legacy site? From DG?
Yes.
Oh, John?
Yes, we have it's Osei Headley, who's on the line with us this evening, will be giving an overview.
Got it. So we will be adding that to our OC Headley. We'll be adding that to the agenda as well. Commissioners, do you have any updates or corrections to the agenda? Any additionals?
Nope.
Okay. Then do I have a motion to approve the agenda?
Motion to approve the agenda.
Awesome. Is there a second?
Seconded.
Awesome. Seconded by Ellie. And all those in favor, if you raise your hand, please. 3 of 3 commissioners voting in favor of that. Commissioners, have you had the opportunity to review the February 2022 minutes?
Yes.
Awesome. Are there any corrections or additions to those minutes?
No.
No.
Then I would like to move that we approve the February 2022 minutes.
Second.
Seconded by Gigi. All those in favor? Awesome. Thank you very much. And treasurer's report.
Okay, so am I okay? 1 second. All right, so for the month of February, the opening balance was $62,254.54. There were 3 transactions. One was for $25 for the check for the ANC security fund. There was a stop payment for a bank fee charge of $33. And then there was another check for $175 for a minute. Those transactions totaled $233. So the closing balance is $62,021.54.
Great. Any questions, commissioners? Awesome. Great. Thank you very much for that. Do we have a representative from the Ward 2 Mayor's office on with us this evening? I am sad to report that Joe Florio, who was our Mayor's Office of Community Relations representative, has moved on to new, bigger and better, and will no longer be with us. But at our next meeting, we should have a new MOCR that will be joining us as well. So stay tuned for that. But Joe has really been instrumental in helping to address a number of issues that we had been trying to resolve in 2C, and we really appreciate his efforts, even though he's not with us this evening. And now I'd like to turn it over to our Ward 2 Council Member, Brooke Pinto. Councilmember Pinto.
Hi, Chair Schenkel and everybody. So nice to see you all tonight. Thanks so much for having me at 2C. I'm thrilled to be back here.
Absolutely. We're happy that you're here.
Me as well. I'm going to provide some legislative and budget updates, but then make sure to save lots of time for Q&A. So most importantly, want to hear directly from you. So agency performance oversight hearings have been going on the last 6 or so weeks, and we just finished those last week, which is a really great opportunity to follow up with a lot of our agencies who we've been hearing requests and questions from many of you all over the course of the last year, and get some answers and push our agencies to be the most efficient they can be. And so next Wednesday, Mayor Bowser will be submitting her proposed budget to the council. That's Wednesday, March 16th. And then on Friday, March 18th, the council will be having our committee of the whole budget oversight briefing with the mayor, going over all of the proposals and really kicking off the council budget process. So then over the course of the next 2 months, we'll be having budget hearings, encourage you all to sign up to testify on various agencies. I'll ask Victoria Casarubias, who's here with us from our office, to put the link to do so in the chat. We would love to hear from you, and it'll be really helpful as we push forward on many of the Ward 2 budget priorities for all of our colleagues, all my council colleagues, to hear directly from Ward 2 residents. About a month ago, I sent to the mayor my list of budget priorities on behalf of Ward 2 residents, and I shared that publicly. I'll also ask Victoria if you would mind putting that link to the letter in the chat as well, so anyone can feel free to take a look at it. There are many priorities that are included in there, from operating expenses to capital expenses across the ward and the city. But a few that I really wanted to mention are: one, a call for a standalone Ward 2 senior center. We do not have any senior centers in Ward 2, and the pandemic has really showed us how vital our senior centers and programming can be. I think it's really important that Ward 2 have a dedicated space for seniors to connect with friends and neighbors and other support services. We know that socialization and intellectual stimulation and movement is so important to all of our health. And so I'm really hoping that we'll be able to secure a new site that's close to public transportation and close to a lot of the other wonderful amenities that our ward has to offer. I've requested funding for the Chinatown Green Street demonstration project to improve stormwater management and pedestrian safety downtown, while also increasing the tree coverage that we see throughout Chinatown and downtown and all of 2C. I've also asked for $1 million to support Chinatown's existing Chinese American businesses and cultural institutions. There are many small business grants that we have throughout our city, and there's an important focus on minority and women-owned businesses in particular, but we think it's really important to have a specific focus on our Chinatown businesses, as we know that we need to build up more resiliency as we continue to recover, and support specifically our small businesses in Chinatown, many of which were so reliant on a lot of the foot traffic that we're not seeing as much anymore, but that we are bringing back. Want to talk a little bit about public safety. I know that this is a major concern on the minds of so many residents. It is our top priority as well. And the violence that we have endured and continue to see is really unacceptable. And I share many of your frustration that we've seen both in downtown and 2C and across the city this year. The DC government, our federal partners, and all of us have to work together. And I think it's really important that we don't finger point at one piece on the spectrum, but recognize that our entire public safety apparatus is really important. And we all have to work in tandem to keep everybody safe. In my budget request to the mayor, I did request additional funding for our violence interruption programs, our out of school time programs, to address the root causes we see of gun violence and crime, and to ensure that our young people have access to activities and athletics and the arts, and academics, and also supervision after school. I also requested an expansion of our MPD bike and foot patrols, and I'm supporting a bolstering of our MPD cadet training program so that officers are based in the communities they serve. I also requested a return of the Chinatown MPD Liaison unit that used to have a physical space on 6th and H. And I think that this will be really important to build trust in the community so that officers who are patrolling can get to know the residents who live in 2C in Chinatown, as well as get to know the businesses and identify the needs and really work as a partner with all of us in improving safety. I want to speak for a moment about our schools. COVID has made it even more clear how critical it is that our young people are in school and being supervised. And I've asked the DCPS provide our schools with adequate funding so that no staff cuts are made this year. And I've also asked the Department of General Services to modernize their work order request process to provide more transparency around the infrastructure needs that our schools have. And thank you so much to our commissioners here tonight and many neighbors who are tuning in who have let us know about needed updates that our schools have had. And we think it's really important that we're all on the same page, whether it's our office, families, parents, teachers, staff, DGS, on what the work orders are and where they are in the process of being completed, because there's a lot of duplication sometimes that goes on and not a very clear process in place. And I asked much about that during DCPS's oversight hearing last week, as well as DGS's oversight. As of about an hour ago, DC Health lifted the mask mandate for schools. Just want to be clear here, it is still up to each school and school system on what they're going to decide to do. So DCPS, I do not think has plans to lift their mask mandate at the moment, but it's no longer a citywide mandate. So anticipate that in charter schools or private schools or parochial schools may make other decisions moving forward. I am so thrilled to see that we're joined tonight by Alistair Chang, who is our unbelievably incredible State Board of Education rep, who's really been such a leader, not just for Ward 2, but for the entire State Board of Education and our education space. Is so well respected by all the partners who he works with, and has been an excellent partner. So thrilled to see you here, Representative Chang. All right, so affordable housing and homelessness is still a major focus for us. We are trying to move as many neighbors as possible who are experiencing homelessness into secure and stable housing. We have seen more visible encampments throughout the pandemic, especially in 2C, and it's one of the most pressing issues that we hear about every day from neighbors. This year's budget included tens of millions of dollars of housing vouchers to move thousands of neighbors into housing. And the mayor's office is now deploying these vouchers and is trying out a pilot program to expedite this process. And I'm really thrilled that the CARE pilot program has been able to mobilize so many vouchers quickly. And I'm hopeful that this speed can be used for the hundreds of unsheltered neighbors who continue to sleep outside every night. I have also requested a $15 to $25 million allocation for a new transitional housing site in Ward 2 that is clean, safe, and treats people with dignity. So many folks who, it's a complicated process to get people into housing, and from the assessment process to building trust to understanding someone's need, whether they have a partner or a friend they want to live near or close to. And some of that takes time to get somebody placed into housing. And I think it's really important to have a transitional housing site where people can go. They're not kicked out in the morning, as is the case that happens with many of our shelters. And I think is a big reason why many folks continue to sleep outside. And so I'm really hopeful that we'll be able to acquire a new transitional housing site in Ward 2. I've also called for the expansion of the Emergency Rental Assistance Program and the expansion of the Department of Behavioral Health's Community Response Team, which diverts 911 calls for MPD to mental health professionals who can help folks who are in crisis. I also introduced last year the Recovery Act, which will provide DC with the tools needed to encourage conversion of underutilized commercial buildings in the Central Business District to housing, including affordable housing, to retail, hospitality and hotels, and green spaces, while also generating jobs in construction and other high growth industries. So we're hopeful that that act can be funded in the budget as well. So last legislative focus of ours is around economic development and supporting our small businesses. This continues to be a top priority since the moment that we took office. We know that our small businesses make our neighborhoods so unique, and they really create a sense of community and make 2C and Ward 2 such an amazing place to live. The council just passed the Reopen DC bill that extends streeteries through 2023. I also worked to include language in that bill that requires ANC notice for streetery permits going forward so that ANCs have a chance to weigh in. Last month, we had the first hearing on my bill called the BEST Act, which stands for the Business and Entrepreneurship Support to Thrive Amendment Act. And the BEST Act really aims to simplify the licensing process for entrepreneurs and make it intuitive and simple to start a business in DC. So many people are kept out of the marketplace for so many reasons: lack of access to seed money, complicated web of regulations they have to search through. And so we're trying to make it as as I said, intuitive as possible for entrepreneurs. So lastly, I just wanted to mention ANC redistricting. So as a reminder, and Chair Schenkel mentioned this, but the ward boundary lines went into effect January 1st, 2022 of this year. And so thank you so much, Commissioner Miskey, for all of your wonderful work and partnership and leadership with Ward 2. And we're thrilled to have you on ANC 2C, and we're sad to lose some of your area from Ward 2. But the ANC redistricting process is ongoing to redraw the ANC boundaries. And Austin Naughton is the chair of the Ward 2 ANC redistricting task force. And I'm so grateful for his leadership. And I'm really grateful that Howard Marks is your ANC 2C representative. Hi, Howard. And as many of you may know who have served on task forces or who have looked at this mapping tool, it is complicated and it is a lot of work. It is a lot of meetings, a lot of negotiations, not a lot of glory. So thank you so much for stepping up to represent the neighborhood, Mr. Marks. Really, really appreciate your service. All of the redistricting task force meetings are also public. And so Victoria, if you could put a link in the chat to our website, which has all the information about the meetings. Their next one is actually tonight in about 20 minutes. And the task force will submit to the council on April 1st their proposed recommendations for all of the ANC lines within Ward 2. So I'm going to stop myself there and happy to answer any questions anyone has or hear any ideas that anyone would like to share. Thank you again.
Councilmember Pinto, I just want to say thank you for all your great work and your forethought in addressing all these challenges that have been presented, these unusual circumstances that have been presented as a result of COVID. And I really, truly appreciate that. I find it really exciting to think about the investment in training of our future police force, which I know is a major challenge within our city, and the potential of bringing back that Chinatown liaison unit, which I think is really terrific. One of the things that ANC 2C did at our last meeting was request that care program pilot be extended to address the encampments, especially along New York Avenue between 11th and 12th Streets, to try to get some of those residents into housing. And we've not yet heard back from that request, if that's even a possibility. But there's such a need for helping those residents get into transitional or permanent housing. And we're going to hear later tonight about the redevelopment of the Legacy Pat Handy Center on 5th Street, which has been delayed significantly in this process. And we want to make sure that those residents who have to access these facilities do so in a safe and trusted, caring, holistic way, which I do not believe that the Legacy site currently is doing for the men who are currently housed at that location. But thank you very much for all you do for our community. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. And Commissioner, I'm happy to address that briefly if
Please.
you'd like. So I did speak with the Deputy Mayor for Health and Human Services, Wayne Turnage, today about the New York encampment, and reiterated my request to include that site in the next iteration of the care pilot. How that's kind of working in the timeline is that the site at 25th and Virginia Avenue is the last site as part of the initial care pilot program. All of the folks are now on the by name list. The housing process has begun. I think about a dozen people are leased up so far, but there are about 30 to go.
Yeah.
And so once that housing expedited
Yes.
nature of the house, I don't think expedition is a word, is complete at that site, then the deputy mayor can go back to the mayor and present all of the data that we have from the initial sites, and then hopefully get the authorization to expand the program. And so
Right.
that's kind of what the holdup is, but I will certainly continue to advocate on behalf of some of the Ward 2 sites that we see a lot of
Right.
folks who are living outside to receive this expedited housing. And the site that you're mentioning is the one I spoke to the deputy mayor about this morning.
Thank you for that. Really appreciate that advocacy too. Commissioners, do you have any questions for Councilmember Pinto?
No, thank you for covering all those updates. I appreciate it.
Same. I don't have any questions, but thanks for being here and providing information to us. Thanks.
We do have a hand raised from Howard Marks. So Howard?
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Pinto. You've been in office now for 20 months, I believe. You've probably done more for this ward in 20 months than other council members have done in 20 years. This list that you gave tonight is incredibly amazing list of accomplishments. And we look forward here, by the way, we are going to follow through, and we've invited you officially now to have a town hall meeting with the residents of Gallery Place. We have over 400 people that live in our building. So we propose some dates to your office. We hope that we'll be able to work something out and have a good meeting. Obviously, the announcement you made tonight about your efforts to revitalize Chinatown will be well received, and it's really badly needed.
Mhm.
Trust me. And also your emphasis on public safety. I might give a shout out to First District Commander McLean, Ralph McLean, who is assigned additional patrol officers. And I know you mentioned officers on foot and also on bicycles. He's assigned those to Chinatown. And thank you for your efforts on protecting public safety. It's a huge issue for us. Also, quality of life is, and putting on another hat, I testified before the Transportation Environment Committee regarding public works. And I had a question for Director Lott, Everett Lott, dealing with e-scooters and the proliferation of e-scooters. I'm going to send you a note later this week. We need some help to get information out of DDOT. We have 5 companies that have flooded the city with 10,000 e-scooters. Yes, 10,000 in this city. All right. And we know very little about how they're financed and how the district financially gains. I've yet to see a report. I've yet to see an accounting. And I think we need your intervention with Mr. Lott's office, with DDOT, to try to get some answers. So that's all. Thank you so much, and look forward to seeing you here at Gallery Place in late April, early May. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Marks, and thank you for your very kind words. I appreciate that, and I'm so lucky to have an amazing team by my side, all of whom work extremely hard on behalf of Ward 2 residents every day. And I'm so glad that Victoria is here with us tonight, because Victoria really manages my entire schedule. So she's the right person to mention, and I look forward to joining you all at Residents of Gallery Place very soon. That would be wonderful. Just briefly about the scooters. I did raise this during my DDOT oversight hearing with Director Lott a few weeks ago. And one of the concerning things that I heard was that the city is really relying on scooter companies to report data to us when violations are occurring. And I think that may be backwards because the companies are not, we don't have aligned incentives there to report accurate data. And so I did include more follow-up about that, and I post-hearing follow-ups for DDOT. because I agree additional work is needed to make sure that scooters are actually being locked to something and not being left in the way of pedestrians, which is extremely unsafe. So we'll continue to follow up on that and hopefully get answers from DDOT in the next couple of weeks.
Thank you. And we have one more hand that is up. Megan, is it Haskey? Megan, if you come off mute there.
I don't know that Megan can.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Great. Hasty. Hi, Councilmember Pinto. I'm a resident at 809 6th Street Northwest, which I think is Chinatown Flats. And I just had a quick question. When folks are receiving the housing vouchers and transitioning from homelessness, do they also receive any sort of resources for furniture or any other resources that they might need when transitioning to housing, or is it just the housing voucher?
Thank you so much for that question. So it's a really important point about kind of the expanded resources and supports that different people may need. So it really depends on the voucher being received. So permanent supportive housing voucher, included in the voucher are all sorts of wraparound supports, including additional support to get you set up in the apartment, like with support with furniture, I believe, including mental health supports and check-ins, including help accessing physical healthcare needs. And so the permanent supportive housing voucher, in my view, is kind of the gold standard, because it really is recognizing that people who need support don't just need a rent payment, but need these wraparound supports. There are other housing subsidies that are just kind of dollar amounts that help subsidize somebody's rent. And so in some of those subsidy programs, there are less supports included. Part of the CARE pilot program, for the most part, there's a SPDAT assessment system that determines which type of voucher someone may be eligible for. So I can't say that it's for every single resident, but for the most part, residents who qualify at the CARE pilot sites are being provided with permanent supportive housing vouchers, which are the more comprehensive vouchers, which include other supports.
Thank you.
Thank you so very much. And we are being joined by our Ward 6 moker, Kevin Pham.
Yes, Commissioner. I just wanted to briefly talk after the council member is finished with her presentation.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And that's a good reminder for me to just say, I don't know if Joe Florio is on here, but has been a wonderful partner, an excellent supporter of Ward 2 and of 2C, and we are certainly very sad to see him go. Big loss for the community, but wish him the best.
Absolutely. Kevin, you have big shoes to fill.
Noted.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Councilmember Pinto. We really appreciate you being here tonight.
Well, thank you so much for having me. And don't forget to stay engaged in the budget process. We need Ward 2 voices in those hearings. Thank you very much. Thanks, commissioners.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
And Kevin, do you want to provide an update from the mayor's office?
Sure. So I'll just keep it really brief. My name is Kevin. I'm the Ward 6 liaison. And as you've already mentioned, Joe's transition out of the moker's office. For any flags, it should go to Anna Noakis, who is the other Ward 6 liaison, and we're hoping to onboard someone as quickly as possible. I'm simply here to provide some short mayoral updates, and I'll drop my email in the chat as well. If you have any flags, I'll pass it along to Anna. I don't have that many updates, but the main one being that, as many of you know, starting March 1st, the mask mandate has been lifted at certain locations. private businesses that want to require usage can still do so on their private property. My second update is that DPW has resumed street sweeping as of March 1st. There is a grace period where they'll only be issuing warnings until March 14th. After March 14th, violators will be subject to a $40 fine. And lastly, as Councilmember Pinto has already noted, the mayor is still crafting her budget and it should be submitted to the council shortly. In the next few weeks, there will also be a budget presentation from the mayor's leadership team. And I'm sure Joe or Anna has communicated that with you already. And again, Kevin, Ward 6 Smokers, and those are all the updates I have for now. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so very much. And it's nice to meet you virtually.
Yeah.
And we will be having an update at our next ANC meeting in April regarding the mayor's budget as well. So
Perfect.
Thank you. Thank you. Any questions for the mayor's office? Awesome. Thank you. And thank you so much. And now I'd like to welcome a DC Board of Education member, Alistair Chang.
Great, thank you so much for the opportunity to get your feedback tonight on what I've been working on the State Board of Ed. And I know she just stepped off, but Councilmember Pinto has been a big champion for public education, and her letter gets into a lot of the weeds of literacy advocacy that we've been working on from the board side. So want to thank her for that. As I spoke about with you, the last time I got a chance to be with you all, literacy is my top priority on the board, and it's an issue that's been near and dear to my heart for my entire career. My dad was a waiter in Chinatown, so I live on the western side of Ward 2 now, but my old stomping grounds were closer to you all. And he doesn't read, and so I've been really focused on literacy since I started working. And if you haven't learned how to read, you can't read to learn. And so in 2019, only 30% of our fourth graders in DC were performing at proficient or higher in a standardized test, and that ranked us 47th nationally. And these outcomes have worsened during the pandemic, and I'm sad to share that the New York Times published a piece this morning citing a study in Virginia that found that early reading skills are at a 20-year low. And that I find that super concerning, and I think this is my call and ask to this ANC and folks on this call to continue thinking about the importance of literacy and general public education investment, especially post-pandemic. The opportunity now is that OSSI recently developed a 5-year literacy plan attached to a $16 million federal grant to improve literacy for our students. And I think this is an amazing opportunity for the city to really advance literacy. I won't get too deep into the weeds with you all, but for folks who are interested in learning more, I got a chance earlier this year to put out a piece with a DCPS reading instructor talking more about the plan and what we can use to how we can leverage it to really be advancing literacy and reading skills across the city. I've also been convening a monthly committee of people working on literacy across DC. And I see a lot of potential for us to learn from states like Mississippi and Alabama that have used to be at the bottom of the pack with us in reading outcomes and have really jumped ahead. And they've made some really smart investments, some of which Councilmember Pinto calls for in her letter, her budget letter. And would love folks' feedback. This convening of literacy stakeholders and I have been putting together our recommendations and vision for the city. So would love your feedback on that as well. The other thing that I'm working on from the board side is revising our social studies standards with OSSI. And this is, you can learn more here. But it's been something we have not revised for many, many years, and it is up for a timely revision. And teacher retention is also a big issue for us on the board, as you can imagine, this year with a lot of trouble maintaining teachers, including substitute teachers as well. So those are some of the top things that I've been thinking about on the board side, and I'll pause there and would love your questions and feedback.
Thanks so very much. And we do certainly appreciate all your work in helping improve education in our district, and for the students and adults as well. So thank you so very much for that.
I'll drop in my email and phone number as well for folks if anyone has any questions.
I did have one question. I was just curious, Alistair, what kinds of changes are you looking to make in the social studies curriculum? I mean, is there anything in particular that you're looking at, or can you give us like an idea of what needs to be changed? I'm just curious.
So what the board has been working on with OSSI in the last couple of years is more on the procedural side. So we haven't been writing the guidelines or the curriculum, but it's kind of setting up a process to get the experts and advisors to come together and look at what we have and update it, right? So the draft is now OSSI is working on, and so it's more of a, we called out the fact that it's been over 15 years since it was revised. A lot has changed in the last 15 years. So let's bring the team together to start revising it.
Okay, thank you.
15 years is a little long. So that's great. That's awesome. Commissioners, do you have other commissioners? Do you have any questions?
No, but thank you again for taking the time to update us and for your work on literacy and everything else for the district.
Thank you, commissioners.
Really appreciate it. Thank you for being here.
Thanks. Okay.
We would like to move on to MPD 1 update. I believe I saw Captain Darrow on here a minute ago. Captain Darrow?
Yes, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can see you. Yes, we can hear you. Yes.
Hello, everyone. Pull up my notes here. Okay, so brief overview of the crime. Kind of a similar pattern to what we've been seeing both in your area and seeing very similar patterns in the Mount Vernon neighborhood just north of you, which there used to be a bit of a difference pre-COVID, but I think as we move into this post-COVID era, it's a lot more similar. So violent crime is flat. We've had 2 violent crimes in the last month in the ANC area. One was right around 6th and I. There was a gentleman sitting on a stoop drinking a beer. Another gentleman came by and they got into an altercation about the beer can, and unfortunately that subject was stabbed in the leg. It was non-life-threatening injury. This did involve our homeless community. The suspect, I just pulled up the detective's notes. We don't have a whole lot of leads. We don't have really good video, and the description of the suspect was fairly generic. We're still open. The detectives are still working it, but you know, it's one of those things. It's going to be hard to close that one out, I think. The other one was an odd one. It was actually down on the mall, right by the National Gallery of Art, which I guess falls on your ANC, which was a delivery driver that was called there to pick up a delivery, which there's no restaurants there. So we're looking into how that even happened, that it ended up in his app, that this was where he was supposed to pick up this order. But he was there approached and carjacked at gunpoint. So those were the 2 violent crimes. We did have one tonight actually as well, which isn't shown on the stats yet, but also at 6th and I, right by La Colombe coffee shop, there was also a delivery driver that was approached by a subject who displayed a handgun and carjacked him of his vehicle. So this is a trend we're seeing citywide. I'm sure you've seen it in the news. Yeah. It's unfortunate. This kind of in conjunction with the hop-in auto theft, which I will say we've had 5 stolen autos in your in your area, which is high. We had 0 last year. We might see one here and there, but it's been pretty consistent. And most of them are these hop-in thefts, where again, they're targeting delivery drivers that leave their cars running or leave keys in the car and take their cars. We've identified a lot of these, the suspects that are engaged in these carjackings and the stolen cars. We know many of them. A lot of them are juveniles. As you know, we have a carjacking task force that works these cases and has closed out a lot of them, made some good cases. But I think, again, you've seen it in the news. We've discussed it here, some of the challenges in prosecuting juvenile offenders and holding them accountable. Property crime is up quite a bit. Not as much as some other areas, I'll say. In some other commercial areas, we're seeing like 300-400% increases, 3-4 times the amount that we saw last year. So we're right now at 120%, so just over double what we saw last year, which is still a lot. And that is the stolen autos. Theft from autos have spiked back up significantly, and kind of the petty theft from businesses. I will say that looking at these numbers, every time I've looked at them, they are very similar to numbers we saw back in like 2019, 2018, the pre-pandemic numbers. So when you put it in that context, it's nothing crazy, but just compared to the last 2 years where we've been shut down, it is a lot higher. So that's it for a general crime overview. I will say, as you know, we've been working these the truck protests for the last weekend. We've been on 12-hour shifts, no days off once again. And so that puts a huge stress on our manpower, on our resources, and deploying all these folks to work the civil disturbance units in the district with we've discussed our manpower numbers before here, but it's really getting to the point where we are significantly stressed whenever an event like this occurs. And we've really had kind of minimum staffing until we went to 12-hour shifts, which that gives us a bit more manpower to play with. So we did that on Sunday. We've been looking better since then. I think we'll probably come off this after tomorrow, but it's been a it's been a long week for all of us. Once again, we've been doing this off and on since back in May of 2020. So yeah, it's been a long few years, but we're hanging in there. We're still working our plans. We have the Chinatown unit. I'm kind of looking forward to this being over so we can really implement what we've talked about with the new matrix. And assigning the new officers to work that the Chinatown beats on day work and on evenings, and we have a couple on midnights as well. I think that's all I have for you. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
I did have one question. I had a resident note to me. I think that there was a carjacking in front of the Meridian at Gallery Place, where the delivery driver was injured. Do you have any information on that? I think it occurred on, I want to say Thursday of last week.
I don't have any information on a carjacking. The Meridian, let me pull that up. What's the address there? 450
Massachusetts Ave Northwest.
That should show up. I wonder if that's showing up.
My understanding is it was, like you said, a delivery driver left the car running, but that they were injured in the process of seeing I don't want to say anything when I did not witness it. This is just what I heard secondhand.
Yeah, if you want, I can follow up on that and send you information after this. Again, the only violent crimes that I have, like carjackings, were the 2 that I mentioned that have happened in the last month within the ANC boundaries. So yeah, but I'll take a look at it and get back to you. And what day did you say it was again?
I believe last Thursday. So that would have been the 4th, I think.
Okay. I'll get back to you on that.
Oh, I'm sorry, the 3rd. It would have been the 3rd.
Gotcha.
Thank you.
I'm going to get this Zoom thing figured out before it's all over here. Thank you very much, Captain Darrow. We appreciate your service and your report this evening. Thank you.
And ditto.
Awesome. Anyone from MPD2 with us this evening?
Hey, Lieutenant Hamlin here.
Hey, Lieutenant, how you doing?
Hey, not too bad. How's everybody? I hope everybody's well. So yeah, I'm not gonna harp on too much of this stuff. Captain Darrow's covered a lot of the same issues we're having, and obviously there's crime is going up, not just property, but also violent crime. Now, violent crime is still very low, especially in 209. Most of what we deal with is theft. That's where the biggest spike is. So for violent crime, we're still right around 7 right now for this year so far. So not too bad off there. So in reference to the Meridian with the stolen, so that report was a theft stolen auto report, not a carjacking. Anytime you leave a vehicle running with the key in it and somebody steals the car, even if you attempt to get it back at a certain point, it's still just a theft from auto. If the vehicle's not taken from your immediate possession, then it's not a carjacking. So if somebody walks away from a car, somebody jumps in it and they run after their car and get injured in that process, it's still just a theft from auto. Now there could be additional assault charges added, based on what occurred after the theft of the vehicle. But, and I think that's where the address for it carries I Street, which is directly behind Gallery Place, near the Meridian. So I'm thinking that's the incident you're talking about when it comes to that, to the carjacking.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're very welcome. Yeah, and this is part of the reason we tell people not to leave their keys in the car, because a lot of times there are people just sitting around waiting for a car to be left running. And then it's just a normal feeling for somebody when they see their property being stolen, especially their vehicle. It's just a normal reaction, I think, for most people to kind of run at the vehicle and try to stop it from being taken. And people do get hurt in that process sometimes. Normally it's not a serious injury. Normally they just get pushed to the ground or they fall over. And in this case, there is no other charge on the report. So I'm assuming the person wasn't injured too badly, if at all, because it is just listed as a theft report. So
Thank you for clarifying.
You're welcome.
And I'm also curious, with the currently there's a road blockage that is impeding F at 10th Street. And I'm wondering if that has impacted response times at all from MPD?
Yeah, I haven't, none of the officers have complained about it to me.
Right.
And we haven't received any complaints from citizens either.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, so I can look more into that for you if you want me to, though. I'd be glad to do that and just find out, exactly what it is, how long it might be there. I can certainly do that for you.
Yeah, I know I know that they have since moved signage better so that it clearly indicates that the road is closed now. But I've noticed that, EMS, fire at times have gone down that street and had to stop and turn around to come back out because it's completely blocked there. And I just was wondering if that was impacting you as well.
No, it's probably impacted the fire department more just because they have vehicles for the most. But I can certainly look into it to find out what it is and how long it might be there, though. Yeah, because I'm not really sure why it's there. But again, no citizens have complained and no officers have complained. So.
Good. Okay, great.
Yep.
Commissioners, do you have any other questions for Lieutenant Hamlin?
I don't. Thanks.
Awesome. Thank you so very much for being here tonight. Really appreciate it. It was great seeing you.
Yep. Good to see you. Yep. Awesome. Everybody take care. Be safe. All right. If you need anything, let me know.
You got it. Have a great night.
Bye.
I would like to, if we could, call in our friends from DGS to talk about the Pat Handy Legacy site at this time. This is the former site, the shelter on 5th Street between H and I that was converted to a men's facility. And I know that we've had some delays in that process. at our last meeting, we heard from DHS regarding the process that was undertaken, but we're really trying to determine the significant cause of the delay. And I think that we have, I'll say, Healy on the line from DGS, and I think I also saw John Stokes also discuss this.
Yes. Good evening, everyone.
Hi there.
We do have hi. We do have a number of folks on the line, John Stokes included. But just to, I guess, quickly give everyone a brief update as to where we are on the Pat Handy Legacy Building. The design efforts for that facility is currently underway, as probably was reported to you during the last meeting. We anticipate completing that design effort in the spring and have a construction start for the efforts sometime in the summer, early summer, with construction completing approximately 10 months later. So that would be summer of 2023. The design efforts, and I'm not sure if we were briefed on this during the last call, but the design efforts being undertaken in the building are associated with the HVAC systems, elevators, exterior waterproofing of the facility. And all of those efforts are being done to bring the building up to date and in just decent working order for the residents when they do move back into the facility. We have not experienced any further delays from what was reported last time. And so far, we're holding to the schedule that was reported. Any questions so far?
Yeah. I was just curious. Two things. One, I know that when the women were moved from this site and relocated to 11th Street, that happened kind of abruptly, that they needed to get the women moved quickly in order to start construction at that site. Why wasn't it? It just doesn't seem like it's been coordinated well. Has it been with the women moving from the site? And it sounds like you're still in design phase.
Yes. So you say the women were moved abruptly to start construction. I think so. Planning, designing comes before construction. They were moved, and we began the effort of designing. We had brought on board an architectural firm to perform investigations to the facility shortly after the women moved out, and that investigation has been ongoing, which led to some of the additional efforts that resulted in an extension of the design schedule. Initially, when we went into the project, we had a few items or a certain number of scope items that we looked at, but during the investigation of the architectural firm and the other consultants, other issues came up that needed to be addressed, and that those additional items, I would say, those additional items definitely added to the extension of the design schedule.
Got it. And I guess that the communication that came to us as a community was that this was going to be completed this past summer of 2021. And we keep hearing that this is continuing to be delayed. And one of the statements that were made to us as a community, just so that you're all aware, is that this facility was in such dire need of repair that it was not inhabitable for the women that were living in the facility, and that's why they were abruptly moved. Yet the facility is now occupied with men, and I understand that is partly due to COVID-19 pandemic and mitigation. But I'm wondering if you can speak to that. Is this building seriously uninhabitable?
I can't speak to that at the moment. Our efforts just involve, like I said, the investigation of the work that was put forth before us by our client. And, that's what we've been working on. As far as whether or not it's uninhabitable, I can't speak to that. Or what I say, rather, the statement that was made, I can't speak to that.
Well, I guess my question would be would DGS allow a facility to be utilized if it were not if it were in need of such dire repair? Like, wouldn't that be the responsibility of DGS to come in and say, no, you can't use this building?
Safety is always our number one concern. But that being said, it would not be up to DGS to make that determination. It would be DCRA. And if they cleared the building for it to be occupied and used, then that's what we would go with. Got
it. And I'm assuming that DCRA would, as you are starting this design process, or in the process of submitting the design for this renovation, that you would be submitting the plans to DCRA, which would trigger inspections through this process. Is that right? I just don't know the process.
Absolutely. So once we complete our design efforts, those documents certainly will go to DCRA for review, and then they will stamp and approve. During our construction, there will be requirements for various inspections, which DCRA certainly will be a part of and have to sign off.
Got it.
Before occupancy.
Got it. And do you know if the building had been inspected since the women moved out and the men moved in?
To my knowledge, no. I would have to, circle back with you on that.
Got it. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate this, because I think from our perspective, a community perspective and a commissioner perspective, especially my perspective, is that we have had so many different messages coming to us from a variety of different organizations, and everyone seems to be pointing the finger to other agencies as to why these delays are occurring. And I think from a community perspective, we've had significant challenges with the site currently as it is being run, and whether that is because of the residents who are staying in the site or the individuals that are preying on those individuals, that we as a community are having a really tough time in finding who is responsible to deal with this issue. And from a community perspective, it's totally not satisfactory that agencies are just keep pointing fingers to each other. And DGS was identified as the reason the delay is because this process has stalled at DGS and not moving forward efficiently. So I want to just be clear why we asked you here to hear what is going on and to also determine how do we ensure that better lines of communications happen not only between you and other agencies, but between community as well. Because hearing that there's another delay in this project, and now we're 2 years beyond what the community was told was the deadline for this, is not going to be satisfactory. I'll just put that out there. And I understand that delays happen, designs happen, and you have to reconstruct, but this is a major community challenge. And we just had to have this alleyway redone behind this building. And the contractor that was redoing the alleyway said that the wall of this building was so fragile that they were afraid to even get close to it. So I think that we're probably going to have to call DCRA as a commission to say they need to get out there and inspect this place, because it sounds like there's some major issues. And again, no one's taking responsibility on who's supposed to be identifying why we have men living in a building that we were told was uninhabitable over 2 years ago. So I know that's a long kind of response to this, but there's some major miscommunication or things that are not happening here that need to happen. So DGS, DMHS, the deputy mayor's office, DCRA, we need a plan as a community to keep this place, to keep this construction on target. So how do we do that?
Understood. And I guess I did want to address the wall issue. It is a condition that was uncovered during our investigation, our site analysis, and that we're aware of. The restoration of that wall will and is being addressed in the design documents that we're putting together that will ultimately be reviewed and approved by DCRA. And that work will be taken care of during the construction phase. So we are moving forward on that front. As far as the communication piece, we do have a website specifically for Pat Handy that is now on the DGS's website, where we will be posting updates regularly so that the community can log in and see what the status is of that project. And as far as keeping on schedule, the most recent schedule that we made you aware of, that is the timeline that we are working towards, that all of the members of our team, both internally and externally, are working towards. And we will continue to post on that website as development occurs. We do have folks from DHS online as well. I don't know if they want to join to respond to any of your other comments.
Right. And I appreciate that there's a website and everything, but if there is going to be further delays, DGS needs to notify us as an ANC and as a community that these delays are going to be continuing. We have had so many challenges with this, and I appreciate that there's a website, but it's not the responsibility of a citizen or the ANC to monitor your website for updates. It's the agency's responsibility to inform the community that there is a problem with the timeline. So that's my expectation as chair of this ANC, that the communication needs to come from DGS to us if there's a delay in this process in planning.
Understood. I was just offering that as an in-between.
I appreciate that very much, but I just want to put it out there. We need to make sure that communication is clear in this. And my concern back to the wall is I'm assuming that there's a terrible assumption on my part, and I'm not feeling very confident in some of your answers to this, that when we were notified that this wall issue existed, and the folks that told us that there was a structural issue with this wall, and for me, would your contractors or would DGS say that this wall is in such bad of need of repair that they would move the men out of this building?
Yes, we do have experts. We have architects, we have engineers, structural engineers and civil engineers on the team who have inspected the building and observed the wall. They have not reported it to be in a condition that would require immediately evacuating the folks that are in the facility. So, you know, we've not had the need or necessity to take any further steps in that direction.
Got it. So it's not something that we should be concerned about as a community, this wall falling down and the building collapsing.
It wasn't reported to us as such when the analyses were performed.
Got it. Commissioners, do you have other questions?
I want to emphasize Michael's points about the habitability of the building, and I believe you said you could circle back about it, but I would like to echo, I would like a follow-up, because this is a concern we've raised to a few folks now, and I don't think we've gotten a clear answer about what the status of the building is, if it's safe for folks to be housed there right now. I was hoping to get more answers on that, but hearing you say that another agency is performing that, I would hope that you'd be updated on that information as well. So if you could look into that for us, I would also greatly appreciate that.
Because, yeah, and just to say, to continue this, that the citizens who are living in this facility are some of the most marginalized individuals in our city. And our role is to make sure that their voices are heard and that they are protected in this situation that's kind of emerged here. So that's where I'm coming from as a commissioner as well, that this is like, there's a couple of major concerns here. So, and I have Reginald Black has raised his hand. Mr. Black?
Yes, I was wondering, because it seems like every time I get a chance to join, it seems like we're talking about Pat Handy. So I'm wondering, what are the issues now? Is, are there still some of the original problems present, or are we still just talking about the structural soundness of the building? It's my understanding that that the work would be happening, and I think overall the delay really has been COVID. Like, we needed that site to de-densify male shelters.
Mr. Black, you still there? And we're not hearing you if you're still on.
To repopulate some of our shelters. And the good thing is we now have a brand new men's facility east of the river that men can go to when that happens. But I'm just trying to understand, I guess, the new issues that have come up about this site.
There are not new issues. that have emerged. There are delays in the process. And from my perspective as a commissioner, I have been told by several different groups related to DC government, including contractors, that individuals should not be in this building. So I'm trying to determine, what the concern is, and construction has not started on this site. We're still in a design phase for this. So that's what we're trying to assess.
So it was my understanding, and I serve on the agency that helped to make that decision, which is the Interagency Council on Homelessness, of which DGS, DHS are a part of. So we had assumed that for the time being, to de-densify our male population, the first 2 floors were okay. So now what I hear now is that you have a 5-floor, 6-story problem, a structural issue. And I haven't heard about this. And I also chair its Emergency Response and Shelter Operations Committee, in which our Shelter Conditions Committee is the liaison with DGS. So if there was a structural issue, I would know about it.
You would hope you would know about it.
Anything about that, and I haven't heard anything about that. So I'm trying to understand who is relaying that information. Has DHS said that those men can't occupy this building? Because that's who I defer to.
Right. No,
that would be something I would vote on as well, Commissioner Schenkel.
Yeah, well, there are a couple of concerns associated with this. We can't even get a clear response from an agency if this building is structurally sound. That's number one. We have been told numerous times of a schedule that has just been continued to be drug along, and design and permits were not even close to being pulled when the women were moved out of this facility and moved to the 11th Street site. So there's a number of major concerns, including that 2 weeks ago, DDOT contractors who were redoing the alleyway noted that the wall was in significant disrepair, and they wouldn't even do what they needed to do close to the wall for the fear of it collapsing. And tonight with DGS, we can't even get the information on the severity of the issue, and they're controlling the process. So there's some major concerns.
Let me try to step in for a minute, folks. So thank you very much for having us on tonight, Commissioner. For you and Mr. Black and is it Miss Miskey? Thank you very much for your comments regarding this particular project. I think what you heard tonight was Osei say that we are not aware. Thank you very much for your comments, Commissioner. Again, the folks that have gone and have looked at this facility so far, engineers, have not come back to us right now at this particular moment and said that that building is uninhabitable and the wall is going to cave in or fall in. But I think that, we take, as Osei said, we take safety very seriously. And I think we'll continue to go and take a look at this facility. But I think what you heard is very clearly, that's not, you got word of that from, I guess, from DDOT and this is the first I think I'm hearing about it. I don't know whether Osei has heard about this before, but I think, armed with this information, I think we will go in and take a closer look and make sure I don't think any of us wants any harm to come to anybody. Safety is paramount. But as of right now, based upon the reports that we got from structural engineers and folks on this team, we have not heard that. But you said it, so we will take additional look at that. I think you also heard, and I want to be crystal clear here, is that I totally understand the frustration with this project getting off the ground and running. And again, I think this is all for the betterment of the actual facility. You know, we went in to do one thing, found two things, found three things, four things, five things. And so I think at the end of the day, that the project has expanded because of the fact that the scope has changed, right? And I think this is for the betterment of the folks living in that facility. And we want to make sure we get it right. We make sure we do quality. And I think what you heard tonight, as far as I'm concerned, is a timeline that I don't, you know, knock on wood, I haven't heard of anything other delays that should take place, and that we're really scheduled to have this thing start this spring and have this work finished this summer. You know, forbidding any additional unforeseen circumstances. I think we have the scope now, right? I think we're not going to go back and say, okay, well, no, guess what? We found something else. Oh, we found something else. We have a scope. We are working to complete that, complete this work, and have those folks in their brand new, you know, renovated facility in the summer.
Absolutely. Mr. Stokes, I really appreciate you recapping that. But I'll tell you, what I heard is, oh, DCRA would declare that, and no one knows if there's been an inspection on that property. And my concern is for those men, and I don't know what report you have or when that was dated or what that was done. That's why we invited you here tonight, to get that information from you and to relay these concerns. And we sent an email once, exactly when we heard that the DDOT contractors would not do this because of that concern. We sent it over to your team and included them on that.
Again, I think we will follow up and make sure. Another thing, I think I misspoke. I think I said the new facility would be, I think we're going to start work this summer. And I think OSA may have the definitive timeline when it's going to be completed. But I do think you're right. And I do think that, you know, we're the implementation agency for our client agency, which is DHS. And I do think that, you know, we will absolutely keep you abreast and keep you updated to any delays, any changes. I think that that is something that you deserve. And we will make sure that, you know, we support our client agency in this time. It's DHS. We will make sure that we update you. We will work very closely with DHS. We've been working very closely with them throughout this whole project, and we will make sure that we continue to do so and alert the community.
Excellent. Thank you very much. We appreciate that.
I just wanted to add one thing. Oh, sorry. And thank you for that, Mr. Stokes. You mentioned that you all with this information could take a closer look and whatnot and would follow up with us. And I was just wondering if, so we have a monthly meeting, and I'm hoping that sometime before our next meeting, I could at least have some information about what's being done, if an inspection is scheduled, some sort of concrete update on those steps you just said that you all would be taking to ensure the safety of this facility for our constituents there.
And I'll work with the team. I'm your communications person. I'm your community engagement person. You come look at me if you say no one's talked to us. I mean, I work with our client agency. So, you know, OSA is our resident expert here. I know that DDOT, DDOT doesn't expect buildings, right? So we have to let the folks, we have to go through the process and let the folks do what they do. So I can't promise you, I mean, I would hope, I mean, I don't see why not, right? So again, I think
right. I understand that there may not be an inspection date necessarily, or that you're not the one doing it, but part of the issue, and I think what we're all hearing tonight over and over, is this multi-agency communication. And even if that update is just, we reached out to X to ensure an inspection would happen, we haven't heard back, or just some concrete update of what happens in between now and a month from now, I would really, I understand that you won't be able to go and inspect it in that time, and that might not be your role, but if you want to tell me exactly who I should email for that, I'm happy to do that as well, if that's OSI or who I should be talking to.
We'll definitely keep you updated. Again, I'm going to defer to OSA, who's my resident expert on these construction projects, and work with our team on making sure that we get you an update.
Great. Thank you so very much.
Thank you.
We appreciate you.
Good.
Absolutely.
Awesome.
Bill, could I ask still a few questions? Because I'm still unclear about a few things.
I'm going to move on in our agenda because I feel like we have we need to get more information from DGS to advance this discussion.
I just had one question for you and one question for them.
I'm going to move on.
Which would help me
on
this month
to the process. Thank you.
Board.
At this time, I'd like to have Dr. Lima from the Temple Academy come on with us this evening. And
hi.
Hi there, how are you doing?
I'm well, how are you?
Good. I know that you have been working with Gigi, sorry, DJ, Gigi. And it's, I don't know.
Okay, I have a new name now, it's fine.
I have a new name. So would you like to, Gigi, would you like to do an intro?
Sure. Hi, everybody. So I'd like to introduce Laura de Lima. She is the head of school for our newest school in ANC 2C, and it's actually in my SMD. The school is called Templeton Academy, and I will let you have it from here, Laura.
Awesome. Thank you, Gigi, or Miss Gigi, as the kids say, which is really cute. So hi, everyone. Thank you. I am Laura de Lima. I am the head of school for Templeton Academy. And we recently opened in the neighborhood. We had previously been located since 2015 on Capitol Hill. We were working out of the Hill Center building during our startup years. And then this past spring, like late April of 2021, we were able to move into the space at 406 7th Street. We are on the second floor above the Hill Country Barbecue, and we are a small by design school. So we have 70 students. We are a micro school. We don't plan to have more than 125 at full capacity. We serve grades 6 through 12, and we are a purpose-driven, project-based college preparatory school. Essentially, the way we got involved, actually, and that Gigi got involved with us was through a lot of that and what we do. So one of the major pillars of what our students do is project-based learning. So they're working on real, authentic questions and real, authentic issues happening, both within the school and things that are of interest to them, but also within the community at large. And that's actually been a huge goal for us in terms of moving, and as things have started to open up again, is being able to be involved in the community and have our students support those in the community while learning. So Gigi was really kind to work and talk with our English 9 students, English 9 writing students in particular, about homelessness, or the issues of people who experience homelessness in the area, and in redeveloping the shelter, which has been sort of just kind of, they've been learning so much by it, and I'm really excited for them. And I know that they're going to come. I don't want to share too much because I know they're going to get to do their presentation next Monday. But it's been so wonderful. She came into the school and they asked her questions, and they spent a couple of weeks just really focused on learning about the issues and practicing the questions beforehand. I happened to be in the classroom when that was happening, so they were really excited to get to talk to you, Gigi. And so that's just an example of some of the work that we want to do with our students. Is that's the best way we feel to get students involved and engaged and learn the key competencies and skills that they need, is through these real world projects. The other big pillar we have is experiential learning, and so this is perfect for that. Very, very real world. We love, part of the reason we picked this wonderful location is because of its proximity to everything. So our students are outside of the building for every class at least one time per week. And we have much larger blocks of time, and our schedule is designed around that, so they can actually spend all the time at the museums and different activities that are directly related and tied into what they're doing at school. And then the other big piece that I think also ties in is our core advisory program, which is focused on students learning those social emotional skills. And I would say even more than ever, we're finding a huge need for that and a focus on that with our kids. And that is also tied into the sorts of projects that they do. So things that will build empathy, build compassion, and support them in that process. So we're just really excited to be here as part of the community. I'd say too, like we have a diverse range of students, lots of different interests. And we're just excited to hopefully work with a lot of you and get involved in the community. So I would love to just give an open invitation that if anybody has any big issue that they're working on, or any of the things that we're talking about today that you would like the students to investigate and learn some key research skills, they are totally available. I'm volunteering all of them to help with anything, as that is definitely part of what we're doing at school every day. So yeah, we are excited to be here. You can definitely check out our website at templetonacademy.org, which I'm happy to put in, which tells you more specifically about our programming. But that is the main spiel. So yeah, any questions?
Well, I obviously don't have any questions, but I would love to say that I had an absolute blast at your school. I've been thinking about it pretty much every day since then. I thoroughly enjoyed myself. The students were delightful. And to piggyback a little bit off of what you said, we also wanted to invite the community. So everyone on this call tonight, the Templeton students are making a special presentation to the commissioners and to members of the general public and other officials next Monday at 6 o'clock. So March 14th, 6 p.m. The Templeton students from the English class will be making a presentation about their papers about CCNV. That's the shelter that Laura was referring to. So we'd love to have you come out, and Michael's going to put that on the website. So make sure you register and come listen to the students. I think it's going to be a really great experience. So thank you again, Laura, for coming and introducing yourself and your school to our community.
Of course, happy to do so. Yes, and thank you so much for providing that space for them to share with you. It's an invaluable experience, and I'm just really grateful to all of you for doing that as well.
Awesome,
Michael. Michael, I don't know if you can hear. Can you hear me?
I can.
Okay, it says mute up there on the screen, so I wasn't sure. My name is Joanne Newhouse. I've been around longer than anyone else probably who's on this call or at this meeting because of my age and what I do. I was originally the downtown planner for the Redevelopment Land Agency. This is part of an urban renewal area. And then I went to work for the Pennsylvania Avenue Development Corporation. And then when it stopped getting funding, I still kept working. I am an urban planner by profession. I have spoken at my son's school, which was in Montgomery County. So I've had a very little experience trying to keep kids who really would rather do something else interested. And I was only partially successful, I have to say, because I actually said something to them. I said, if you want to speak, wait until this is over and then you can talk to each other. But if I can help in any way, just please let me know. Michael has my name and wait, we're all remote, aren't we? Anyway, my email address is jo-ann@pennquarter.org. And I would love to hear from you so that I could communicate with you and whoever else is an appropriate person to speak to at the school. I live in Penn Quarter, although I didn't always live here. I lived at various different, I'm old, so I've lived in many different places. Just welcome. We did have some other students upstairs at one time. So I'm not sure if the facilities upstairs were to your liking or not. And we had also art galleries up there. So it's been a building that has gone through many changes over time.
Great.
Welcome.
Thank you, Joanne.
Thank you.
And I did put in the chat box the invitation to next Monday's or this upcoming Monday's discussion with the Templeton students.
Super. I wrote down the time on a scrap of paper, so I'll put it on my calendar. I look forward to meeting them. Just one question: is this the whole school that we'll be meeting with? I mean, all the students of different. I mean, we're talking about a huge age range, from 6th grade to 12th grade. I mean, I remember mine.
It's a.
It's just going to be the 9th grade English class.
Oh, just the night. Oh, good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No problem.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. All right. We would like to move on with events that are impacting our local community. And first up is the Credit Union Cherry Blossom Kid Run, which is scheduled for April the 2nd of this year. And George Banneker, are you on the call with us?
Yes, I am.
Hi, George. How are you?
Pretty good yourself.
I'm well, thank you.
Thank you, commissioners, for allowing me the time to speak in regards to the Credit Union Cherry Blossom, the Kids Run, which the last time we held it was in 2019. It is part of the Children's Miracle Network. And locally, it supports the Children's Hospital. Since 2002, the event has raised over $10 million. It is part of the Cherry Blossom 10 miler, which has been around in the area since 1973. The Kids Run itself, as mentioned, is going to be on Saturday, April 2nd, and it goes around the National Building Museum, basically not on F Street, but the course is between 4th and 5th Street, back behind the Building Museum. And it's sort of like a daisy chain where they run on one side and come back up on the other side. It's limited to 500 children between 4 and 10 years old. And we have 120 volunteers supporting those 500. And the parents will be along with each child. And they will all have wristbands just to make sure that nobody comes in and, let's say, take a child out that's not even theirs. So we're going to be having, the security from that standpoint. There's about 3 medical providers that we do have, and the COVID protocols right now. We have the masking is going to be optional, but that's sort of open right now because we're working with the DC Health and any other protocols which may come along. Street closures are going to start around at 5:30. The race itself is going to start at 8. We're going to open the roadway, those streets, back up by 12 o'clock. 11:30, the run stop. We do the cleanup, and then we open those streets back up at 11. And also, we'll be cleaning that entire area up right behind the Building Museum. We've reached out to St. Mary's Church. They have no problems there. Naturally, the National Building Museum, they support the event as well. And the purpose of tonight was to get a letter of support. I could go into great more detail if you have any other questions.
No, I have no other questions, but it's really a great project. And I hope that you can get it off the ground this year with all the closures that we've had the last couple of years. I think it would be great to see that happen again. Commissioners, do you have any other questions?
No, thank you.
Awesome. Is there a motion to send a letter of support?
Motion, a letter of support, to send a letter of support.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion to send the letter of support and a second. All those in favor, please raise your hand. So 3 of 3 commissioners voting in favor. We'll get a letter of support out right away for this because it's coming right up.
Okay, and thank you very much. And I really appreciate the continued support from the ANC.
Most definitely. Thank you. Thank you for being here and for continuing to bring things to ANC 2C.
And also with the school, I'm going to be reaching out in regards to that because that really spikes my interest. So awesome. Stand by on that.
Sounds great. That sounds awesome. Thank you so much.
Have a good evening.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Next up, we have the 25th Annual Race for Hope DC. on May 1, 2022.
Hi, that's me. My name is Dina Martin. I'm the Director of Regional Development for the National Brain Tumor Society for DC, Maryland, and Virginia. And as Michael mentioned, it is the 25th anniversary of this event. We've raised $36 million for brain tumor research in the years of this event. And similarly, the last time we were able to do it in person was 2019. So we are very excited to bring it back in person this year. We are making a few changes that will actually be better for you all. Most of our tents that used to go on the street on Pennsylvania Avenue, we're going to move them up onto the plaza, which means the streets are going to open a lot quicker than they have in the past. The event we're projecting right now, it's hard to tell, between 5,000 and 6,000. And the normal certified race course that most of the 5Ks are using goes down Pennsylvania, and then third, I always get it backwards. I have it in front of me. It's like trying to remember all the different turns.
And yes, and it does a little funky thing at the end.
Yeah, Pennsylvania to 3rd to Independence, turns around, comes down 4th, D, back up 3rd, and then back to Pennsylvania. Yes. But most of everything is going to be up on the plaza. The only things that we're really going to have in the street, obviously, is the start-finish line and ice cream truck and some tables for water, so all of that will clear relatively quickly. We are contracted with Quiet Sweep to do trash and recycling, as we always have. Right now, we have 70 volunteers registered. We expect upwards of 200 to make sure that everything stays clean and moving quickly. In terms of COVID protocols, we are obviously asking people to be masked. We're requiring all of our volunteers to be masked. And because we do have a vulnerable community, we are also instituting a health questionnaire that you must pass in order to receive a t-shirt or a bib, to try to make sure people, if you're feeling sick, that you please stay home. But that's the overview. Obviously, most of it's happening on Freedom Plaza, and MPD works with us really well. So we don't actually close most of the other streets until right at race start, which is at 9 a.m.
Got it.
Happy to answer any questions.
And it's a fairly short closure that you have as well. Everything's opened back up by 11 or 12.
11, if not a little bit earlier. It all just sort of depends on how long the closing ceremony goes. I will mention that there is an invite to the president this year because he did lose his son to brain cancer. He has come to the event before. So if he does come, he can be a little long-winded. So that could mean that the closing ceremony might run a little bit longer, but we still anticipate roads opening back up around the plaza by 11.
Got it.
Mm-hmm.
Got it. Any questions, commissioners? Any questions from our community?
I have a question, Michael.
Go ahead, Joanne.
Okay, I just want to, I know that most races and events, they leave an extra margin for cleanup and removal of everything. I'm wondering, when you say 11 or 11:30, not sure which one counts as being everything cleaned up, are you anticipating that it's possibly even earlier than that?
I would be surprised if it was earlier than that, because our tents
on the roadways, not on the plaza, just on the roadways.
Yeah, I would be surprised if it was earlier than that, just because the closing ceremony starts at 10:30, and MPD won't reopen until the majority of the crowd is dispersed out of there. So I would say 11 is.
Will the crowd be on the street during the ceremony, or will they be on the plaza?
Most of them will be on the plaza, but while the streets are closed, we can't stop them from milling about on Pennsylvania Avenue as well.
Okay, usually if they want to hear, they're not going to hear on Pennsylvania Avenue, but it's okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I would like to move that we send a letter of support for the 25th annual Race for Hope DC on May 1.
Seconded.
All those in favor? Awesome. So 3 of 3 commissioners voting in favor. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
We'll get a letter off right away.
Great. I appreciate it. Have a good evening.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thanks.
And Michael Berman, I see you on this evening. I'd like to call Michael Berman, who is in addition to our agenda this evening for the Downtown DC Pop of Spring event, which will be happening in April on April
April 8th. April 8th.
April 8th, yes. Oh, there it is, April 8th, yes.
Thank you, Michael and commissioners. My name is Michael Berman, and my company, Diverse Markets Management, puts on events and productions, and we work closely with the Downtown DC bid. And the Downtown bid is putting forward a series of events this year on F Street. And my colleague Remy Wallace with the bid is also online. And she's going to speak about the overview of the event, and then I can go into details about what we're actually going to do and how it affects the neighborhood.
Dixie?
Hi, good evening, everybody. This is Remy Wallace. Thanks so much for having me. It's so awesome to hear about the reopening of downtown areas and spaces, and celebrating the forthcoming Cherry Blossom Festival, which is an effort that we are trying to do as well. So I'm a part of the team that runs events and strategic partnerships for the Downtown DC Business Improvement District. And we recently were awarded a grant from the Office of Planning. And the grant is entitled Streets for People, which is an effort to fund organizations to retrofit streets and sidewalk spaces and other spaces to allow people to gather safely and enjoy cultural amenities, programming, and downtown retailers. So we have proposed to the Office of Planning, and which awarded us the grant to retrofit F Street between 8th and 9th, so the 800 block of F Street, in conjunction with the Cherry Blossom Festival, is our activation entitled Pop of Spring. So I want you to close your eyes and imagine a sea of pink on F Street. We are looking to incorporate whimsical swinging table benches to have a canopy of where people can sit and work from, have an outdoor office, or come and have lunch, or come and have dinner, grab and go from some nearby restaurants and retailers. And we're going to anchor that particular seating activation with weekend programming. So there'll be opening and closing weekend programming that's going to tie in really nicely with the Cherry Blossom Festival. So we'll have running some outdoor movies. We'll also have some outdoor karaoke, and we're looking to also bring some outdoor gaming to the space as well, to tap into our Gen Zs and millennial crowds, and whoever likes to game. So I hope I kind of created a little bit of a visual for you. It's really an homage to get people to celebrate spring, come outdoors, and just kind of be in a nice social setting, not in front of their computer screens. So if I can answer any questions, I know Mike is going to take over with the logistics. But again, it's initiative with the city. We do have a meeting with the Mayor's Special Events Task Force on Monday, and we're looking to bring this event to F Street. If anybody on the call remembers, we also activated F Street with the Downtown DC on Wheels, which was the first time we brought outdoor roller skating rink to downtown DC. So this is kind of in the same vein to kind of bring that joyful, cheerful spirit to F Street.
Awesome.
The details of the event will be that we open on Friday, April 8th, and we will run or have the street closed continuously until April 17th, which is Sunday. So the 2 days before, on Wednesday, we'll shut it down to build all the infrastructure. And then on Friday, we open. Our hours will be noon to 8 every day. And as Remy said, we'll have a large Jumbotron for movies. That'll be on the 9th Street intersection facing east. And we'll have a stage on the 8th Street intersection facing west for performances and other programming. And then in the middle will be a large canopy with these swinging benches that people can activate and sit and enjoy. And we'll have some food vendors, and then of course our other retailers and restaurants that will provide grab and go, so people can enjoy this space.
Awesome. Thank you. I so appreciate the downtown bed and you, Mike, thinking of these events and bringing them downtown and activating these spaces. I think it's just totally awesome to do that.
Well, we're very excited. We think F Street really lends itself to more pedestrian focused activity. The holiday market kicking that off, of course, but and then the roller skating that we did last year that we are going to bring back again this year. Woo-hoo. And we would like to do another event in June that we'd come back to you for as well. That will be a market with more activities as well. So awesome. Stay tuned for more. But we'd really appreciate your support, and if we can answer any questions, be happy to do so.
Awesome, thank you. I would like to move that we send a letter of support for.
Can I have a question, Michael? I've been raising my hand. I don't know if you can see me.
No, we can't see you unless you physically, unless you push the button that says raise your hand.
Oh, I don't see a button that says
okay, well, that's okay.
Okay. Michael, first of all, can you send me all the information you have that you may have distributed to anyone else in the public realm?
Absolutely, Joanne.
Joanne, you have, you know who it is. Great.
Yes.
And I think it's a great idea. And I just am a little shocked that our name was used, called Streets for People, for this event, but it was a great name that we chose many years ago, decades ago, and we'll let you use it.
Yeah. So that's the Office of Planning's Streets for People initiative. So it's Office of Planning that stole it, and then offered grants to this bid and some other bids in the area. So point your comments to them. But
I will.
It's still a good name. I agree.
I need a contact person. So when because so many people have left their jobs during the pandemic or have been left off because nothing was happening. So I'm not sure. I only know one person, and that's Jerry Whitcomb at the bid. Everyone else I knew and worked with for years is no longer there. So anything you can do, or whoever was with the bid, I don't know that person is still on. I don't know.
Yeah,
Yep.
Joanne, I'm still on. It's Remy, and we know each other. So
We do?
I'll make sure that we get you. Yeah, we do.
Okay.
I'll
That's
make sure.
good.
I've been with the bid for a long time, since Karen LeBlanc and Rich Bradley. So I'll
Okay,
make
I
sure
just
that,
didn't work with you. That's why. It's probably when I see your face, I know you, but I didn't work with you. I should have said that the people I worked with, Claire Carlin and her staff, have long ago left.
I need to move us along.
Yeah.
This
Sorry.
evening if we can.
Quite an agenda still tonight.
I would love
It's like Oklahoma
to
week. Sorry.
send a letter of support for the downtown DC bed pop-up spring event from April 8th to the 17th.
Seconded.
Second.
All those in favor? 3 of 3 commissioners voting in favor. So we'll get that right off because it's right around the corner.
Yes, it is.
Quickly before you log off, if there's a website or something for the event, if you want to put it in the chat, that would be great. Or if there's like anything about like a flyer.
As we create the art and
Still waiting on
certify
it?
that, we will put it out. We have to get through the mayor's task force meeting
Sure.
on Monday, and then with their green light, we can start promoting.
Great, thanks.
Thank you.
Hint, hint.
Thanks,
you need the
everybody.
letter before Monday.
Thank you, Michael.
Yes.
Sure thing. Okay, Abra events. Live DC LLC, Retailers Class C Tavern, 477 H Street Northwest. Sedone, are you on with us this evening?
Hello, good evening.
Hey, Sedone, how are you?
Good. And I'm also here with the owner, Sarak Betru. If you want to say hello briefly, or I don't see you, or you're not in view.
I see him.
Okay, great. I will let him talk in a minute. Let me just tell you in terms of what we've applied for and what we're doing here today. So this is a license for or application for a Class C tavern license at 477 H Street. And it is an establishment that will be selling American food, and final decisions are still being made on the chef or the type of or exactly who will be there in terms of the service of food. But there will be food, and it will be daily brunch, lunch, and dinner. We'll brunch during the weekends, but lunch and dinner on a daily basis. In terms of seating capacity, we do not have a C of O currently, but we've applied for 370 seats with an occupancy load of 470. And a sidewalk cafe with 50 seats. The sidewalk will be located on 5th Street. They've not put in an application yet for the sidewalk cafe with DDOT. So that application will come before you when it is ready, I guess at a different time. In terms of endorsements, they're applying for entertainment, dancing and cover charges, with hours of operation 8 a.m. to 2 a.m. during the week and 8 a.m. to 3 a.m. On weekends. And Sarah, can you please introduce yourself to the community and tell them a little bit about yourself? You're on mute.
Sneaky mute button.
So you actually weren't on mute, but we couldn't hear you. I don't know if your audio is connected to the right one with Zoom.
Yeah.
I don't. I think we're gonna have a technical issue here.
Yeah, that's.
Sometimes if you have like a computer monitor plugged in, that could mess up the sound if you're using a laptop or.
Yep. Ellie is our resident guru on Zoom.
Yeah, I somehow help.
I can have him call in. Maybe can we? I would say let's move on to the next thing. But if you want to,
Sure.
Yeah, but that probably isn't a good idea since on the agenda next.
Yes, I know. I grouped you all together because you were coming, and I was like, I'm going to try to get you off here. Can
we open it up for questions while I try to get him to call?
Sure. And let me. Yes, we can certainly do that. Are there any questions? The commissioners have any questions?
Can you hear me? Hello?
Oh yes, we can hear you. Yay!
Was it the monitor? That happens to me all the time.
I turned off the monitor and then somehow it reset itself. So I'm glad you can hear me. So, sorry about that. So my name is Sirak Batru. I live in Ward 2. And my background is electrical engineering, but I'm also an investor. So a buddy of mine, which we used to live in LA, we decided, why don't we get into business with a restaurant a few years ago. And he currently owns a Taylor Gourmet, which we have 3 sites in DC. Mm-hmm. And what we want to do is open up a high-end restaurant where you want to hire, about 53 people right now. That's what our plan is. Currently, as you know, the building is vacant, so we want to introduce some life to it. So basically, I would like Sudom kind of answer some of the questions. If you guys have anything you want to ask me about personal stuff or things that we may do, may not do at the restaurant, I'm open to that. So I'll let Sudom take over. Thank you.
I'll just say it is a multi-level establishment, 4 floors, and we're still in permit period, but so things would still need to be settled. We were a few months, or maybe a few months out. But if you have any questions, we're happy to answer them.
Got it. The only question that I have two. I guess I have 2 questions. One is related to, there is a residential building that is directly behind there. What are your sidewalk hours?
I'm glad that you brought that up. So we've applied for, usually it wouldn't be, but we applied for 8 a.m. to 2 a.m. and 8 a.m. to 3 a.m. Just for our hours generally, but we are willing to, we are willing to amend our hours because of, sort of after discussions after we talked about this and looked at this, we understand concerns of residents that may be raised. So we're thinking of midnight, 7 days a week versus the 2 and 3. And we're happy to discuss that. I don't know what input you all have on that.
We're open to any discussion you might have on that subject.
Right.
Keeping in mind that we have not applied for back before you on the DDOT part of it anyway.
Right, exactly. And I know that, and as part of your renovation of the space, are you doing any kind of soundproofing, or can you tell me a little bit about that?
So our architect is currently working with an acoustic engineer to kind of mitigate some of the sounds that, that might be external that people would have concern with. So he hasn't come up with a final plan yet, but that is part of the thing that he's going to be looking at as part of the architect drawings that are going to be provided to us. So yes, we are aware of that, and we're going to do what we can.
Got it. And Commissioner Miskey, have you heard from I believe it's the Meridian? Is that the Meridian there? That building?
Sorry.
No, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I don't think it's the Meridian. I don't know the name, but I think it's the Meridian.
Yeah, I can see the name on the building, but I don't think that's the name of the building either. So yeah, I don't know if you've heard from anybody.
I haven't gotten any contact. I just checked through everything.
Yeah,
I haven't heard anything. No.
Got it. Is there any concern that you have regarding sidewalk?
I don't think with those hours in particular. No. You said ending at midnight, you said?
Yes.
I think that's pretty standard, and it's a pretty busy area. Right. So I don't personally have concerns. I think Wise Guys, like, people eat outside that late, which isn't that far from where I am. I mean, it might not be exact, but no, I don't have any concerns personally, and I haven't heard anything.
Got it.
Michael,
obviously, unless someone else has comments.
I have a comment. I know from experience, having gotten lots of complaints in years past for some of the club, because of the club, not indoors, but first of all, that when they let people out, the noise in the street, they can't control. And many of the people have had something called alcohol beforehand. So it becomes even more difficult to say, can you please be more quiet? There are residents living here. And this happened for years because we had a building across here from where I live on F Street. I live at 912 F Street, which had one club after another club. And then we had another building next to it. And we had several clubs here. So one of the concerns that was very prominent was that the windows were not triple paned and were not soundproofing. And oftentimes, because of the weather, they were open, as was the door to the rear door. This was the alley side. And so I think, depending on where the residents are exactly, that you have to pay some attention to the rear as well as to the front, and to making sure that the windows will be secure enough, or whatever it takes. I'm not an engineer, I'm not anything, I'm not even an architect, but I do know that you can get windows that are more soundproof than other windows, and that you can keep doors closed. So that, to me, although I don't live there, will be a very important factor in your relationship to the residential residents in the residential building. That the noise doesn't go out of the building.
Yeah. And I'm assuming that entrance and exit from the building would be all from the front of the residence of the building. Sorry, the residence, and not, there wouldn't be any exit or entrance from the rear of the building, other than maybe your deliveries and stuff.
But what can happen is it can get too hot inside and someone decides to open windows and doors.
Well, they can't, they're not allowed to do that as part of ABRA policy, to have the doors propped open in that process. Okay. Any other questions or concerns? All right, can we, Commissioner Miskey, do you want us to have the hours modified to be 12 for the sidewalk?
So they currently say 2 on there. Yeah, I think 12 is probably more reasonable for the outside.
Would the applicant be willing to do that 12 for the sidewalks?
Yeah.
That's great. And I know that there is this kind of a basement stairwell that goes down the side. Is that going to be secured somehow in this plan so that you don't have someone tumbling down it?
It will be, and again, to sort of be honest, I think that has to go. It's going to go hand in hand, likely, with things that we submit to DDOT. So I'm sure we discuss further with you all. And
yeah, okay, got it. So, Commissioner Miskey, do you want to make a motion for this?
Yeah, I'll do a motion for a letter of support
with the modification.
With the modification for 12 for the outdoor cafe or sidewalk cafe.
Yeah, sidewalk cafe. Yep, got it. Is there a second?
Second.
Gigi seconds. All those in favor? Awesome. So 3 of 3 commissioners voting in favor. So if you send the paperwork with the modification, Sedone, we can we'll send the letter of support.
Great, thank you. And my client got disconnected.
He tried to plug that monitor back in.
Tell him thank you. Thank you so much.
We are going to have Bindas Bowls and Rolls, a retailer's Class C restaurant at 4157th Street Northwest.
Yes, and that is me again. So this is an establishment opening up 415 7th Street, and as some of y'all may know, this is sort of been in the works to be coming here. And this is by Ashok Bajaj, who owns several other establishments in DC, and it is a bit different from some of the other establishments in that the focus here will be mainly carry out, but it is, serving Indian food with 40 seats and a total occupant load of 42. So there is some interior space. And the hours we've applied for are 11 a.m. to midnight. We also will be requesting a stipulated license for this location. The hope is that he can start operating pretty soon so that you all can start picking up some really good food. I've heard a lot of good, positive feedback. I'm happy to hear from residents and commissioners if you all have any specific questions you want us to address or concerns.
So I know that that's in the old Mercy restaurant space. So, but I don't remember the other restaurants in that corridor, which is there's the gelato place, and I think Carmine's is on that same block. So, but I don't know. I'm pretty sure the gelato place isn't open until midnight. I'm not sure about Carmine. So I'm kind of curious how the hours of 11A to 12A kind of stack up against what's already on that block.
I think in terms of hours, a lot of it, 12 a.m. is in terms of interior space is pretty reasonable. And I think that if he can operate until 12 a.m. and if they can make money, they'll do so. But if that's not the case, obviously it'll all be adjusted based off of the needs of the community. Right. And no one's going to be open if it doesn't make sense to be open.
Right.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
And it's all interior?
Yes.
Wait, and it's carry out too, though. So it's, so people will be coming and going, but yeah.
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 That's good.
But they do have seats inside, just to be clear. They do have seats. And how many seats did you have? You're projecting?
40 seats.
40 seats, right?
Exactly. Yeah. Yes.
So
you're requesting not only support, just to be clear, support for the application, but also support for a step in order to operate.
Got it.
What kind of food?
It'll be Indian food. So you'll have various options of sorry.
I didn't say anything.
Oh, I thought it was okay. You'll have bowls, rolls, various types of Indian food. You actually have the opportunity to create sort of your own bowl, which is a bit unique with in comparison to some of his other establishments. So, but it is Indian food.
Yeah. Yummy. And takeout. I'd like to move that we send a letter of support. I'm going to do this in 2 steps. A letter of support for the ABRA license itself.
Seconded.
And all those in favor? Great. Gigi, you're okay? 3 of 3 commissioners voting in favor. And then I would also like to move that we send a letter of support for the stipulated license as well, so they can open sooner if needed. Seconded again by Ellie, and all those in favor. I think I saw 3 of 3 commissioners. Got it. Terrific. And Sedone, I think I have one more with you.
Yes.
The Pirate Castle 1101 Management LLC in the National Union Building for a new retailers Class C tavern license at 918 F Street Northwest.
Yes, that is correct. And as you can see, they will be using the trade name National Union Building. I do have Anna Valero here, who is the owner of the establishment, and will be telling you a little bit more about concept. But let's start there. Let's have Anna introduce herself. You may know her from other establishments that she owns. She is not new to hospitality. So in terms of this space particularly and how it will be used, I'll have her tell you a little bit more.
Good evening.
Thank you, Sedone. Good evening. My name is Anna Valero. I have a hospitality company here in DC. I have another establishment I opened in 2008 in the area called Kraken Axes and Rage. Not new to the area. And I am a firm believer that downtown DC is coming back. And I am betting on our town here. So I have a few other establishments in DC. I own Hook Hall. I have another Kraken establishment up in Baltimore, and I own an events company that has produced a number of events down on Pennsylvania Avenue. And events are the name of the game here for National Union Building. The building was built in 1890 and was in about 15 years ago was converted into an event venue. It is a beautiful historic space, and we just want to bring it back to life as an event venue. And so we will have a number of small events that will take place there, like academies. There is a demo cooking school that was built into a few renovations ago. And so we will be bringing that demo kitchen and cooking school back to life with a brand that was on Pennsylvania Avenue called Taste of DC. And so we'll do a Taste of DC cooking school in there. We will also have it available as private event space. And so what we see at some of our other event venues is that social events are definitely coming back first, and corporate events, I think, in downtown DC will be soon to follow. And so we are looking to get open because we know it's kind of funny. We have people that are knocking on the door already being like, wait, is it coming back? Is it coming back? Because in the world of event planners, it is, it's such a gem in the heart of the city. And so really looking to bring it back to life.
And to add to that, obviously, Anna's here to answer questions. So am I. I wanted to also make sure or emphasize that, for the main part, this will be used as event space. There are various, different layouts and options and ways that the building can be used. And so that's really the concept here and moving forward. We did apply for, in terms of what we're going to be placarded for. It's a Class C tavern. The seating capacity we've applied for is 1,750 with a load of 1,750. It's likely that it'll be closer to 1,000, but it's 1,750. Just considering how much square footage it's the entire building. There's entertainment, dancing, cover charges, and the hours are 8 to 2 and 8 to 3. 8 to 2 during the week and 8 to 3 on weekends. So we are also seeking approval for a stipulated license in the event that we can get permits and things in time to operate as soon as possible, because I'm sure there are events, and like Anna just said, there are people knocking on her door now and saying, please let me have an event there. So if we can have an event there during the placard period, she would like to do that. So I will open it up to questions from the community. And from commissioners, sorry.
No, that's great. Great. Commissioners, do you have questions?
No, I was going to joke that you could skip us.
The two questions that I have, I know that this was just the placard just went up on this. How much renovation do you anticipate having in the interior of the building to ready it?
The beauty of the space is that, and honestly, what I love about the building is I think the building has character in and of itself. We are not doing construction on the space. What we'll be doing is, it's been vacant for 2 years. And so we are working with the landlord to bring everything back up to make sure everything's to code. There is a commercial kitchen in it. And so making sure that, we're working with DOH and everyone else in order to get through inspections, but we are not doing any major construction on the building.
Got it. And there is a residential building that is directly beside that, just across a little alleyway there. I'm wondering, has there been any discussions with that building at this point of concerns?
We have not had discussions with the building and we have not heard any concerns. And I think part of the reason for that is also because we are not changing the use of the building. And so what the building has been in terms of being in, I mean, it's zoned as mixed use event space.
Right.
We are not changing, and what we don't have any exterior space. So everything is going to be contained within the building. And one of the things from a layout standpoint, like I said, I was in events first and foremost. And so people flow is always the first thing I ask about.
Yeah.
And one of the things that we are doing different than some of the previous tenants is we're actually going to use the half of the first floor of the building as what I like to call circulation space. So think of it as like having like the ultimate concierge desk in the space that helps to direct people when they're coming into the different floors and to where they are going, as a way to bring people in and get them. I'm big on immersive experiences. So how do we get people in and immersed in the experience within the building, and not outside or waiting outside or at the door waiting for, you know, someone to let them in to check a ticket or anything like that. So we are actually, you know, utilizing square footage inside in order to make sure that we are keeping people in the building.
Got it. Got it. Okay.
Michael?
Yes, Joanne.
This is the building next to the building I live in, right?
That's correct. Yes.
I just want to double check and make sure that I heard it correctly. I'm not on our board of directors, but it's a condominium right next to you. And I didn't know about it. And I run the Penn Quarter Neighborhood Association, and no one has come to me for the Penn Quarter nor to the building. So I think it's very important. I'm not asking anything to be held up, but I do think it's very important that you consider, if it's possible, we are going to have a meeting, a condo meeting on, I think it's next week, later this week sometime. But if you give me your phone, or I can get your phone number from Michael, and I'll let you know when it is. But I want to check with our board of directors first to see if that would be appropriate, because I don't want to make a decision. But my guess is that they will say, yes, we would love to hear from them because we do want to know who our next door neighbor is. It has not recently been an event space. It has not recently been the sort of space where people have gathered outside. And I will just tell you, you can't prevent that. You might want to, and I'm not talking about coming in, I'm talking about going out late at night. So that would be, you know, certainly one of our concerns. We also have residential units that face the alley in the back. I face F Street, so, and I'm not bothered by noise. I was raised in New York City, so you can't be bothered by noise if you were raised there, partially in New York City when I was very young. Then we moved to the suburbs. It's a lot quieter out there.
Got it.
Anyway, that's, will that be okay with you?
Sorry, Commissioner.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, yeah, I think we are absolutely fine attending or meeting with you all or contacting you all after this meeting. I will also add, Commissioner, that you know, our petition deadline is on April 18th. We do have, you all have a
18th
meeting on the 12th. I am requesting a stipulated license. So if you do give us support for a stipulated license, you also have an opportunity to do whatever you would like in April. But
I don't want to object to anything because I wouldn't have time to bring it to our board at the Penn Quarter Neighborhood Association, and I don't know that what the residential board would.
Right. So the deadline is, oh, I'm sorry. Got it.
I was just to give you another, right.
I think, I mean, what I'm hearing from Joanne is she just thinks an introduction would be nice and not to change anything as far as what we're going to do tonight. So if there aren't any other questions, I could do a motion should we start with just a letter to support, Michael? Or did you have another thought?
No, I'm concerned. I'm just concerned about, I know that this building in particular is very sensitive to noise right now. And we're trying to mitigate that with another establishment. And I'm afraid this is going to escalate. Do you think that, well, of course, Anna, you would imagine this happening, events happening all the time in this space. What would a typical week look like for you, you think? Would you try to, I'm sure you'll try to occupy it every day of the week for probability, but
I think the better way for me to describe it, and I talk about a lot of our places, is this how I talk about Hokal? It's a community gathering space. And so when you think about programming that is happening during the week, it is programming with folks like Story District, which is a nonprofit storytelling organization. Those are the types of events that you're going to see more in the space during the weekdays, along with, a 90-minute academy type class that we would be hosting that's, a wine academy or something of that nature. A candle making academy is what's really hot right now. More of the sip and paint type of academies. And on the weekends, I see it being more, especially right now, more of the bar mitzvah type of social events.
Got it. Okay. So Joan, is there, I know that it was said that the building is zoned event space. Does that prevent the establishment from becoming a nightclub?
In short, no.
Okay, got it. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. I'm sorry to put you on the spot like that. So I don't know how we can do this, but I would be supportive of us moving forward with both the license support and the stipulated license, with the caveat that this could not be converted to a nightclub. And I say that is because these tavern licenses have me very, very nervous now, as I've seen people come in with tavern license and then business models change, et cetera. And now we have nightclub type environments that was not intended to be a nightclub under the license.
Right. No, and we will definitely take that resolution. How we can figure out the logistics of that, we can talk, I think, offline.
Yep. Okay. Got it. I don't know how that is done, but yes. So then I will. Is there any other comments?
Michael, this is going to the ABC board right after this?
Yes.
Because I haven't seen any notice. Now, I haven't looked for it either.
Right. It's placard.
Is it posted on the window?
Yes.
Okay, then I should have spoken to our board. No, I didn't know this was coming to the ANC because my copy, it got deleted by mistake of the agenda, and I didn't have time to look at on the website. I'm sorry, I had an accident and things are a little slower for me than normal.
So I would like to move that we send a letter of support for Pirate Castle 1101 Management LLC, the National Union Building, for a new retailers class C tavern, with the stipulation that this would be an event space and not a nightclub.
Second.
And all those in favor? Okay, and 3 of 3 commissioners voting in favor. And I would also like to make a motion to, I'd like to move that we send a letter of support for a stipulated license for the Pirate Castle 1101. I did the same thing twice. 1101 Management LLC at the National Union Building. With the same caveat, I guess I should say.
Second.
All those in favor? Awesome. So 3 of 3 commissioners voting in favor of that. Okay, so we'll figure that out, Sedone.
We'll talk, Commissioner.
And I'm sorry I missed your call today. I started a new job and it got a little crazy. So.
Congratulations and thank you.
Oh, and thank you. I wanted to say I love the Kraken axe thing.
Gee.
You'll have to come into Rage Room. That's what people are going nuts for right now, post-COVID. They're like, I just want to break something.
Yeah, well, there you go. There you go. And good luck. I'm happy to see that this building is going to be reactivated because it is a beautiful space. And I look at that building all the time and I'm like, oh, I wish I could do something with that building, but that's great. So thank you very much.
Bring me your ideas. I have a little space.
Yeah, and I love District Story too. I love that's a great group. Okay, thank you so much, everyone. We'd like to move on with Logan Circle Liquors, a retailer's Class A liquor store at 919 F Street Northwest. Is Jeff Jackson on?
Yes, my name is Amrik Singh.
Hi.
Good evening, everybody. Jeff Jackson is his mother's expired. That's why he cannot come today.
I got you.
I'm owner of this Logan Circle Liquor, and
Can you speak louder?
yeah, you hear me, wise man?
Yep.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I hear you fine. Thank you.
Yeah, and we want to put a very high-end liquor over there. No malt liquor, no like a cheap stuff over there. We make a good, high-quality stuff over there. I have a 10-year experience in the liquor business. If you give me the opportunity, I will follow the regulation, ANC, what they require. Let me do this the business over there.
Got it. And what are your hours going to be?
Hours going to be 9 o'clock, and we close 9 o'clock evening.
So 9 to 9.
Yes, sir.
I did want to know, I think the notice we have says 9 to 10 p.m.
Yeah,
I don't have an issue with that. That's just what I see.
The club there, I want to close early.
Could you repeat that? I'm sorry.
Because the club over there, before the crowd build up, we close early 9 o'clock.
Got it. Just so you know, Michael, that's what so the business hours would be till 9 p.m., but you. Yeah. Okay. I mean, I don't have an issue with 10. I don't know if that's a big difference for you, Michael. That's just what I see on there. And I see closed on Sunday as well on the notice.
Is there any way we can open Sunday or not?
I'm not sure what the I just see on the notice here that I have for
by mistake we fill up Sunday close because Sunday if we can open we have to. Is possible or not?
I'm not sure what the rule is on that. Michael, do you know that?
I don't know that, but I imagine you can be open on Sunday. But it does say on this license that you would be closed on Sunday.
Yeah, that's fine. That's okay. No problem for us.
Okay. Is that something that you wish to revise?
This is fine right now. If we wish to revise, then we can apply again for Sunday. If they give us permission, then we can go with the ANC again.
Okay. All right.
So I'm looking at there's a store at 620, another liquor store at 625E, and they are open on Sunday. So I think
that's a law in DC.
I don't think that that's a thing.
Yeah, most of the liquor stores open Sunday.
Yeah. So
It's a license. When I used to over the Rhode Island Avenue, they have restrictions. Some the old owners. So same, I follow the rule.
Right.
That's happened over there.
So I think this was years ago. I am told that this 919 was a liquor store.
It's long ago.
Yeah, a long time ago. Yeah, definitely. And I would like to move that we send a letter of support for Logan Circle Liquors at 919 F Street Northwest.
Thank you so much.
Is there a second?
Oh, sure, second.
All those in favor? Awesome. Thank you very much. We'll get a letter of support off to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Okay, Puttery DC, Retailers Class C Tavern at 800 F Street. Matthew. Hey
Hello,
there. How are you?
Good, thanks. Good evening, everybody. I'm also joined by Clayton Stanley. He's the regional GM of Puttery Locations. So this is a application for a Retailers Class C Tavern license at 800 F Street Northwest. This is the former International Spy Museum premises. The operation is going to be a restaurant with indoor miniature golf. And the seating capacity inside will be 184 with a total occupancy load of 600. Mind you, that difference is because you have to have a lot of standing room to play miniature golf, and the seating is limited just to the eating and drinking areas. The hours that we're applying for in the interior are 8 a.m. to 2 a.m. during the week, and 8 a.m. to 3 a.m. on the weekends. There's only interior space. There's nothing on the outside. We're also asking for an entertainment endorsement that'll have the same hours, 8 to 2 and 8 to 3. And there's an alcoholic beverage and carryout endorsement from 8 a.m. to 1 a.m. daily, which is the standard allowed for that kind of endorsement. At this point, if there's any questions from the commissioners, we're happy to take those. And for something specific about the operations, I'll let Clayton jump in, but if it's the ABC license stuff, I'm happy to field those.
What is the entertainment, the golfing?
So the entertainment isn't necessarily golfing, but it's, if there's a special occasions for a DJ, some kind of corporate event that wants something more, maybe they bring in, a speaker or even a presentation. Really, anyone with a microphone, even if you have a corporate event and it's really just sort of someone giving a speech, is considered entertainment. The shorthand, it's really any live performance. So it's better to have that endorsement on there than to get caught without it.
Yep. Awesome. And the applicant's name who's on with us, I'm sorry.
Clayton Stanley.
Clayton. I'm wondering, you have other establishments?
Yes, sir, we do. We opened our first location in Dallas, Texas, in the Colony area, with our second location going here currently in Charlotte, which is the one that I'm running right now.
Got it. And tell, in your regular establishments that your other establishments, do people golf or putt up until 3 a.m., 3 a.m.? I'm curious.
Yeah, so even both locations, you can make an online reservation. Our latest, the time slot that you can make during the week is around 11 o'clock. And then also on the weekends, it's right around 1 a.m. So you can golf up from 1 o'clock to that 2 a.m. hour. But it's heavily reservation based. So all our reservations will be taken online. Although we do allow walk-in guests to play the mini golf, it's just easier to make the reservation online.
Got it. And you are going to be serving food.
Oh, correct. It's a very heavily chef-driven menu. Everything from citrus crudo to tuna tostadas, edamame, even our homemade meatballs and homemade pizzas too. So it's just not your average food. I mean, it's a heavy menu that we're really, really proud of.
Got it. And that sounds great. Are there commissioners? Do you have any questions?
No, just making me hungry to hear it. So
yeah, I know. I don't
want to ask anything else.
Mike Berman has his hand raised. Mike.
Hi, thanks. Clayton and Matthew, I'm excited about your event that's coming there. I'm wondering if you could help me understand when you think you'll be opening, and also which doors are you using? And is the Olivia space, the old restaurant, going to be active, or you're using the museum doors to get to that area? And if that's still the restaurant.
So before I let Clayton talk about the specifics of the operations, I'm glad you brought up that question, because I neglected to mention that we're actually running a bit ahead of the petition deadline date, which is April 4th. So we're going to be asking for the ANC support for a stipulated ABC license, just if nothing else, just to have time to have training with alcohol service before they actually open the doors.
Got it.
But in terms of the use of the space, and it's the main doors that were used by the Spy Museum to let you up to the second floor. I don't believe it uses the former Olivia space, but please correct me if I'm wrong, Clayton.
No, I think you are correct, sir.
Okay.
Yep.
Got it. Got it.
If I can just get Matthew, your email is provided on the agenda. I'm going to write to you guys because I would love to reach out to engage with you guys for activities we're doing on F Street. Hope we can work together.
Sure, absolutely. Yeah, please feel free to email me.
Great.
I'll put you in touch with Clayton.
When do you think you would be opening? Like, are you thinking this is going to happen? Like, are you already doing construction?
We're looking at the certificate of occupancy, maybe a partial or temporary one, issuing probably the end of March, the first week of April.
Oh, gotcha.
So we could potentially have, like I said, it's really more so not to actually have it ready for the doors open, but to give us a couple of weeks of training in this space with alcohol. Because even to train with alcohol on the floor, even if no one from the public is going to be there, you still have to have an active liquor license.
Got it.
Otherwise, you can't even place orders for alcohol.
Got it. Okay. All right. This is great. I think it sounds like an awesome idea. There are other questions? Awesome. Then can I move to that we send a letter of support for Puttery DC for their Retailers Class C Tavern at 800 F Street?
Seconded.
And all those in favor? Okay, 3 of 3 commissioners voting in favor. And I would also like to move that we send a letter of support for the stipulated license of the same establishment. All those, nope, thank you. Seconded again by Ellie. All those in favor? Awesome, 3 of 3 commissioners voting in favor.
Michael, I didn't figure out how to unmute in time. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Can you tell me just which floors they're going to be using? Because I got very confused between all the people who want to use that building.
It's the second floor. It's you use the main entrance that the main Spy Museum used for the first floor. Yeah,
it's only
you go from the doors on the ground level and you go right to the second floor. Correct.
Yeah, no, I know that. I'm very familiar with the building. It was where I wanted to live before they did any renovation to this neighborhood at all. I'm talking about decades ago. That floor is just the absolute best floor for views and light coming in. It's just that great corner unit or partial of the building on the 8th and F Street is just absolutely fabulous. Great light.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Matthew and Clayton.
Appreciate the support.
I appreciate you. Most definitely. Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much.
Bye-bye. We would now like to, do we have, is Donovan with us this evening? From DDOT or something?
This is George Branyan with DDOT. Donovan was on it, but I'm here and I'm joined by my colleague Mike Goodnow, and we can give you a quick update on the progress on the 9th Street protected bike lane.
Absolutely, please. Thank you, George.
All right, see if I can share my screen. Oops, okay. There we are. Okay. All right.
Yes.
There we are. Okay, you all see the slides?
Yep.
All right, I will just, oops.
Joanne, will you mute yourself there for us? Thank you.
All right, so very quickly, so this is a bird's eye view of how the section south of Mount Vernon Square will change to accommodate a two-way protected bike lane on the east side. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Let me just say that we, since we were last with you, which was on July 13th of last year, we've had Mike and I have had a very busy time collecting a remarkable amount of public and stakeholder comments and suggestions and issues with the bike lane along the proposal along the corridor. It's taken us a good deal longer to wrap up all those comments than we thought it would, but we have finally done that, and we have moved the design into the 65% design phase. It is even more imperative that we move this forward, and because the mayor's 22 budget included significantly more money for protected bike lane design and construction, as well as a directive to DDOT to install 10 miles of protected bike lanes per year going forward, at least for the next 3 years. So as I said, we've taken literally hundreds of comments and requests and revisions to the plan, and we are excited to be moving them along. And we thought we would just come and give you a quick update and talk about the next steps. So again, to remind you all what it looks like, on the right is the proposed cross section, and on the left is the existing. The bike lane is against the curb. There's a buffer. The parking is pushed out. We are adding left turn pockets at every intersection, which cleans up safety and operations and protects both pedestrians and cyclists from a left turn vehicle that currently today makes a permissive left turn around those corners. So this is, quickly I'll go through the block. So we're starting at K Street or Mount Vernon Square. And you can see that the bike lane is against the east curb, which is on the bottom of the view. Parking is moved out. There, the parking is continues to be metered full time. And since we're on this page, over here by H Street is, this design will change slightly, but we have, after multiple meetings with Barry Guten at the Cuba Libre restaurant, we have figured out a way to preserve his streetery at great length. We figured out we could minimize the dimensions of all the features of the roadway and bike lane and turn lane, and we can give him 7 feet, not quite the typical 8 feet. He is really banking on keeping his streetery to try to make back what he lost during the peak of the pandemic, and so we are happy we're able to do that. It means the bike lane will actually go around the streetery and be in between the streetery and the left turn lane, but it fits just barely. Continuing down past H, the bike lane continues against the curb on the east side. The west side, the parking at this point becomes rush hour restricted, because we are essentially taking one of the lanes to install the bike lane. So to keep the traffic operations going smoothly, the parking against the west side becomes rush restricted. That happens, continues past F Street and on down past the FBI. The work at the FBI, we've been in touch with the FBI's construction manager, and they are going to be done with the construction that's taking that lane on the west side of the road, hopefully this August, which is in plenty of time for our construction schedule. So this is the quick sort of timeline for next steps. We have handed off the designs to the team that's going to take the designs to a 60% phase, and that we believe that will be done by summer. And then we will present the plans and notice of intent to ANCs in the summer of 22 with those 65%, and hopefully get an endorsement. And if there are any other final issues that we can incorporate into the plans, we would do that between the 65 and the final, which we hope to have by the end of the year. Construction right now is tentatively planned for spring of 23, in October. There would be an outside chance it could be done earlier. It could start in the fall. And I will keep that door open. But right now, the team that would build it is also building this great new number of bus lanes that are part of the mayor's budget, which is bus priority lanes. There's a significant number of those corridors that they are also designing and building, this team in DDOT, the Traffic Engineering and Safety Division. So given the sort of the scheduling for them, we think spring is probably the better, the more accurate prediction at this point. So that is what I have. Just wanted to let you all know we're moving forward. We've taken a little bit more time to incorporate many comments, and not as many on the southern section in your ANC. Frankly, it was the challenge of the Cuba Libre Streetery, which really took a lot of work to figure out. But the upper section in Shaw has had a lot more issues that we've had to deal with. Many more community organizations asking for some new crosswalks and some other improvements. And so we've tried to incorporate those everywhere we can. So it's just been a lot of additions and changes to the plans, but now we're moving forward. So that is my update, and happy to take any questions.
Well, first, thank you very much for taking into account that streetery. That is super, because I've been in discussions with him about how he can keep that and the concern over that. So I totally appreciate, George, you and DDOT really pushing that forward with him. If you could back up like 2 slides, like when you see the G Street location, right there.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just looking here at that where it says that United.
Oh yeah, that's sorry. You're going to say that's the MLK Library. It's not.
Is that the MLK Library there?
I believe it is. Yes.
Okay. That's what I was thinking.
Sorry. We had that comment in a later and changed it in later presentations, but that was a mislabeled thing by the team that was working on putting these.
Got it. I just wanted to make sure I was looking at the right way.
You are. Yes.
Okay. Gotcha. Okay. And at this point, you are moving forward to posting the notice of intent for ANCs to weigh in on over the summer.
Yeah, I think we'll have plans to much more fully developed plans with all the changes that we've heard incorporated, and we can send those plans out and come to the meeting, roll through them, and show it in plan view, so that you all can see it and talk about any other impacts, and then you can take your time to then put together a resolution.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, this is great. Thank you so much for the update. Are there any questions, commissioners, that you have?
That looks great.
Good, great. Thank you. And I see I'm getting a notice here that there's a hand raised and I can't see.
Howard.
Oh, Howard, your hand is raised.
Okay, thank you.
There you go.
This is a huge improvement. I'm an avid cyclist and thrilled to see that you're moving forward with this project. I just had a few questions and just some points I wanted to make. The first, this is the first I heard that the project goes north into Shaw. I wasn't aware of that. How far north does it go? What's your northern terminus?
Yeah, it does go all the way to U Street. In fact, the last block from T to U is being built by the Florida Avenue project, big full reconstruction project that is underway now, if you've been up to that end of the corridor. And that will, they will build we thought before the project was put on hold in 2018, we thought we were going to be on the same timeline. We had them build that part, and we were going to meet up with them right at T Street, but the project got put on hold. It was restarted last year. And so we're about a year behind them. And then interestingly, we are actually continuing that two-way cycle track past U Street up into Vermont, where then it will split to bike lanes on each side of the street on Florida Avenue. So there will now be a really good bike facility all the way up to Sherman from Pennsylvania Avenue. So it actually, the 9th Street lane ends at U Street, but it actually, a bike lane continues.
Okay, my second point was driveways.
Mhm.
So I've noticed taking the 15th Street cycle track and also the L Street cycle track, a huge challenge for cyclists and for motorists, I might say, is the driveways. Because drivers coming out of garages, they're going up ramps at probably speeds that they shouldn't be. They're not really paying attention. They're not expecting a counter-cyclical, counter-directional traffic.
Mhm.
How do you handle that so that especially cyclists are safe from being struck by motorists as they emerge from these driveways and also cross traffic? That's all I had.
Yeah, no, that's a great question, and it's one it's come up. What you see on 15th Street was actually one of our very first protected bike lane designs, and we did not daylight some of those alleys or intersections properly. There were very few standards developed a decade ago for these types of protected bike lanes. We did the best we could. There was quite a lot of pressure to not take parking in that neighborhood because it's residential with very, very tight parking. So we made some compromises to keep a few more parking spaces, but that meant that the parking then is closer to those intersections and driveways, which makes it harder for motorists to see cyclists when they're turning, and for motorists when they're pulling out to see the traffic. So we are now, these standards have been fairly well standardized now and developed, and so we are using the cars at the intersections and driveways will be set back a little bit further. It does mean it takes a few more parking spaces, but that visibility is critically important, as you say. So that is something that's baked into the plans now for all the protected bike lanes we do. Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Michael, I don't know if you can see my hand, so I have a question.
No, we can't see your hand, Joanne. You're not on camera.
Oh, I don't know how to do this. Can you put back the image of the street? Because my question is the curb between the bicycle and the car parked continuous throughout the whole length, or does it stop in places and because you have not enough room or something? Because it looks like, I mean, it's hard to see it. So that's my question, because if the parked cars are supposed to be the buffer between the bicycle and moving traffic, then one, are they there in every single location? What is there if they're not there? And is there a raised divider between the bicycles and the cars, even the parked cars? Or is it outside?
Yes. And Joanne, it's good to hear your voice. We met with you, I think, back in 2018 on this at the portrait gallery, if I recall. So is this picture coming through? I zoomed in.
Yes, we can see it.
Okay,
yes.
So yes, there will be an alternating pattern of flex posts and concrete separators between the bike lane and the parked cars, as shown here, the green parked cars, the buffer, and the bike lane. And then one of the things that went over last year when we briefed you all the first time is we have added these raised pedestrian refuge or crossing islands that sort of shadow the floating parking lane. Will be a good improvement in pedestrian safety. New York has used these a lot, and they've improved the safety of some of their cycle track corridors. So we've wherever we can fit them in. Sometimes there's turning vehicle issues, but on a one-way street, the far side is a beautiful place to do that because there's no one turning right going northbound. So there is a continuous separation with flex posts and concrete separators in between the parked cars and the cycle track, and we have to do that, otherwise people will park their cars too close or on top of the bike lane. So we have
Right.
something hard there. Yeah.
Well, my concern was, since the cars become the buffer, more so than the raised curb, that they also be there. It's sort of odd to have anything that's green represent cars and not parking, and not something else like trees.
Well, yeah, sorry. This map has
I'm joking. It's okay.
lots of, no, I hear what you're
You don't
saying.
have to explain it.
We
You
had
can
to
see the
pick
little
different-
cars drawn in there.
We've got lots
you.
of different kinds of parking, and every kind of parking has a different color. So,
yeah.
So that became green. Yeah, I hear what you're saying.
That type of organization I can appreciate. That's great.
I do too.
Thank you for taking all those things into consideration. I really love to hear the standardization you guys are applying across the board, and that safety is first in that. So that's great. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for having us.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And we will look forward to the notice of intent.
Yes, so are we. Thanks.
Thanks so much, George.
Have a great night.
Bye. We would like to move forward with the 605th Street Northwest redevelopment update. And is Kate or Emmanuel still on? I see Emmanuel.
Emmanuel's here.
Awesome.
How's everyone?
I'm very well, thank you. How are you?
Doing great. Hopefully we can get you guys off this real quick. It's been a long evening. I have my colleagues and partners on here. I have, as I can see, Jane Mahaffey with Stonebridge is our partner in the deal. I see Katie Lenz, my colleague here at Rockefeller, and I see Andy Furman with Clark Construction. They're partners in this deal, getting this done. So what we'll do, I'll share my screen very quickly. And the goal here is, one, just sort of bring everybody back up to speed, remind everyone where the 605th, what it is today, and what it is that we're proposing, okay? And then sort of go into our schedule and site utilization, and why we are here today is to get the ANC support for our demo application that is now in with DCRA. And also, of course, requests for some nighttime work to accompany the schedule on the project. So with that, I'll dive right in. 605th today, currently the WMATA headquarters, Jackson Graham building. I'm sure we all love the public use space out there that exists on 5th Street. Our design here, just to remind everyone, is we are taking off the skin on the site. Actually, before I even get to the skin, remind everyone there's a tunnel, the red line tunnel that runs right under this building. So our entire design approach has been to pretty much create no impact to that tunnel activity. So reusing a lot of the existing structure, adding 3 stories on top of this, taking up the skin, and really bringing it to a current day Class A trophy office building. All right, so that's the existing, just taking some shots from all the different corners. And I'll take you guys through what our proposed looks like from the same vantage point if you're coming down, whether it's F or G or 5th Street, and of course, sitting within the context, and I'll give you guys a better rendering as we go forward. But here's what we were proposing, sitting in context, we know it's no longer the Green Turtle, but that's your view coming from the metro there, and of course on the F Street side. And right here is on the corner of G and 5th. Another view. And here are some better renderings. View from the Building Museum. It's a beautiful building, if I might say so. Really improving that landscape right there, really tying in everything that we have and surrounding between Judiciary Square and, of course, what we have going on the Gallery Place side. And this is, we've come up with this design, worked very closely with the Commission of Fine Arts. We received our approvals with Commission of Fine Arts. Of course, they're happy with what we've done so far. And one of the things that I want to highlight is, earlier we showed you that 5th Street sort of public scape, what's happening down there. We've improved it, created a more activated, earlier in the call, there was this sort of pedestrian focus being talked, meetings. We've sort of done that here, really thinking about that pedestrian flow and what it feels like, activating that 5th Street side, activating of course, there's a corner of 5th and F, what you're seeing as you turn around onto the F Street side, really bringing that, what used to currently is sort of a sunken area, right? Bring that up to street level so there's more engagement with the pedestrians and the building right on F Street. And with that, just to give some updates, like I mentioned, we are in for our demo permits. We intend to start this project, I will say Q1 2023, January 2nd here. And the demo, which our team at Clark will be sort of walking you guys through our sequence, is intended to start that in January, and then of course complete the following year, first quarter 24. And the overall project is scheduled to complete third quarter of 25. And with that, I will turn that to Andy Furman so he can just walk you guys quickly through what we intend to do here. And of course, why we're here to ask for your support.
Thanks, Manny, and thanks everybody for hanging out with us late today. As it's quite not yet midnight, I'd like to say happy International Women's Day to all the women on the phone call. As my son mentioned to his 2 sisters and mom this morning, so I'd like to pass that along to everybody here too.
Thank you so much, Andy, for bringing that up. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
It's a stupid holiday.
I'm sorry?
I'm not going to repeat it.
That's fine. We're gonna try to limit comments and get through this. Thank you, Andy.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
Okay, did not expect that. All right, so interesting building here. So as you can see, the lines cutting through here, we have an arc. Those are the 2 Metro Red Line tunnels. So this building is actually built on top of the Metro line. The other interesting little tidbit here is that on top of the building is the cooling plant. So it provides like your home AC unit. It provides the coolant for 3 of the nearby Metro stations. And as well as on the left side of the project here, we see all the yellow. That is where the power comes into the building. So unlike most of your buildings, you have transformers in the street. Here you actually have high voltage that runs up the side of the building on the west side there on 6th Street, and then it goes to the roof, and then it gets stepped down there. So it's quite an unusually built building, and part of the process here that I'll describe in the next couple of minutes deals with how we are demolishing the top floor of the building and relocating the transformers in the street like every other building has, and putting the cooling plant in the garage. So the first phase here is to create a process by which we will have cooling, temporary cooling for the demolition process. And that starts with bringing power into the building. So what you see here on the left in yellow are the future switchgear, what we call. So that's the power that comes into the building. And then just north of that, you'll see an orange spot. That's where those are vents for the WMATA. So we'll have to cover up those vents so that debris and other materials don't go down there. So this is the first phase. What we'll have to do, so we'll have to take over the sidewalk. We have to build these sheds to be able to deal with what I mentioned earlier, the dismantling of the power into the building, and temporary power for the chillers, which we'll get to in a second. So next slide, please. So now what we show in there in purple is essentially, these will be tractor trailer size chillers. So these will be in place of the gigantic air conditioning units and cooling towers and equipment on the roof that will have to be basically in the parking space lane along 6th Street. These will be in position during the cooling season, which is from April essentially to October, with our startup durations in there. And then we will relocate them out during the winter seasons and then bring them back again. So this is all purely to keep the neighboring metro stations cool during the summer. It's nothing to do with our construction, other than the fact is the pipes that go underground will be fed from these 3 locations at the side of 6th Street. So what you see right now is the essentially power for these temporary chillers and also power for construction for the next 2.5 years, as Manny pointed out. So once we have that all set up, we can then complete the demolition of the roof of the building. And while we do that, the other thing that's unique about this building is if you look at the elevations of the existing condition, most buildings have like precast concrete on it. So that's concrete that's attached to the building after the concrete of the building is placed. Here, the building, that condition will exist, and then we're going to envelop it in the curtain wall system that Manny showed the nice pictures of earlier. In order to do that, we have to demolish the edges of the building and also the top of the building. So to do that, to keep the community safe and the workers safe at the same time, we have to take portions of the sidewalk and then also have access to the building. So I'll work clockwise around from the project. So up on G Street would be where the dumpsters are placed and our main points of egress and ingress are. You can look between the two gray chunks there, the one on the left and the right. That's the only access to the garage. So if you, at the top of the screen there, yeah, right there. So that's the only existing access to the garage, and that will be our permanent access throughout the 2.5 years of construction. So we'll need to maintain that. And then also in that orange spot, you can see that there's a vent that we have to drive over as well that we'll have to protect to provide airflow down into the tunnel. So that's essentially G Street. Then coming down on 5th Street, that will be our access to bring materials and such into the building. The little red box to the left will be a temporary tower crane. We deem that as the most appropriate way to provide vertical movement of materials and least disruptive to the community. So in other words, we won't have to bring in a mobile crane every single day for months upon months and have to get special permits during non-rush hours and stuff. Instead, we'll have the crane inside the fence line, and then we'll simply be unloading and loading trucks using the tower crane off of those blue corridors over there within the fence line. And then finally on the south, I don't know if you can pull that up or not, or yeah, there you go. So on this south side will be the vertical transportation for materials using material hoist in a delivery staging area as well. So this will all be in confines of the fence going around the block, and we'll have particular gates and such. So this is essentially, the project is the entire block, so there's not much space throughout, but we'll use the confines of essentially the parking lanes that are given there and the sidewalks as well. I think, is there one more slide or? Yeah. And then as the work becomes, the skin is on the building and it's safer for the public, we'll pull in the fence and create between, you can see kind of there, say for instance, 5th Street as an example, you see the little circles with the light red and then the solid red. So we'll then establish a pedestrian passageway when the surface of the building and the roof construction is complete and it's safe for people to be within the vicinity of that. So we'll open the sidewalks back up again. I think that's it, right? Yep.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yep, that's it. Ultimately, this we're excited about this and going through the process, and we do understand that some of the work that's required from several standpoints, safety and just process of work will need that, what I consider technically a second shift, right? Beyond the typical 7 p.m. sort of shutdown. So we just want to make sure you all are understanding what's happening here. We'll do our best to mitigate any kind of disturbance around the site and get this done in good time and delivered there for the community.
Great. And just to, if you could just restate again what your ask of us is as ANC?
Absolutely. Yes. So your support so right now we are in demo applications.
Got it.
And later down the road, we will be asking for a night work.
Got it.
Right. So today we're asking for your support for both, right? Just supporting demolition is going to happen, and then ultimately the nighttime work.
Got it. And the closure of those sidewalks and stuff like that is also incorporated into
correct.
it.
This is correct.
And your second shift would be from 7. Will you do from 7 a.m. to
7 p.m. 7 p.m.
to 7 p.m.
No, 7 p.m. The second shift's from 7 p.m. till about 11.
Oh, okay, got it. So you'd be looking for that after hours
correct
permit for that as well.
That's
got
correct.
it. And would that be just for the demolition process, or would that be through the entire?
That is for the demolition process.
The demolition, and that starts Q1 of 2023 and goes through
end of Q1 24.
Okay, end of Q1 24. Got it.
Yeah, the what's interesting once again with this project is what we're used to the core of a building. So in other words, the center of the building where the elevators are and the restrooms and such. On this particular building, it's all on 6th Street. So in order to make this a modern building, we have to literally cut out the guts of the building and create a new core. So it isn't just the typical knocking off the windows of the building and maybe put a new roof on. We're actually going to go through the guts of the building all the way down into the basement, strengthen columns. So in other words, make bigger columns, make bigger footings, and then we have to rebuild everything back up the other way. So that sounds like it's a long duration, but in order to do the schedule so it's least disruptive to the community and make the project even longer, we're basically working 2 shifts. So we'll have a shift that works during the day and a shift that works during night, and we can't have literally materials falling on top of people. So we need to have the second shift.
Got it. I'm following you. Terrific. Awesome.
Yeah, I mean, I think that particularly the night aspect of it was really for both worker and pedestrian safety around the site as we were doing a lot of the demolition, and to actually reduce the time of the demolition disruption for the neighborhood.
Got it. That makes a lot of sense. Are there any questions, commissioners?
I don't have any questions, but do want to say thank you guys for the update. And obviously, I've worked with your team thus far. So, when you guys get ready for the after hours permit, you can just, circle back with me on that.
Thank you.
And I do see that Howard has his hand up.
Yeah, thank you. I had a concern or question about northbound traffic on 6th Street, directly facing the Capital One Arena. As you probably know, Monumental Sports Entertainment is now, the arena is much more entertainment than it's ever been. So the arena is used maybe every 5 out of 7 days now, not just for the Caps and the Wizards, but also for entertainment. You have a lot of cars coming from Virginia that head towards the parking lot, the underground parking under the Capital One Arena. And also, and for us here at the Residency Gallery Place, it could pose a potential bottleneck as we make our way to our garage just north of your schematic up there. Have you been in touch with Monumental Sports Entertainment about your proposal? And what about traffic? How are you going to manage this traffic load that potentially could create a roadblock here, especially before events at the Capital One Arena? Thank you.
So northbound traffic cannot turn left into the garage during events. They have that coned off. I was just there Thursday night at the Caps game, and you can't You have to drive through cones in order to be able to do that, so I don't think that's an issue. Unfortunately, we don't have a choice to do something different here because the connections to these oh, I'm sorry, I'm using my mouse here. The horizontal lines that go left to right, I mean, you can see it says existing 2 each 10-inch pipes. Those are the connections into the undergrounding piping system. So the location for us to put these trailers that are the size of a tractor trailer is at these locations. So we don't have an option to relocate these trailers somewhere else. We'll do the signage and we'll work with whoever we can to put people in advance notice. But given the constraints that WMATA has placed on us for providing coolant for the summers while we're doing this project,
right,
that's what we're going to have to do.
And a couple of other things that where those so the yellow boxes that you see are actually on the sidewalk of 6. The tractor trailers are in the parking lane on 6. So we do take parking, but not traffic lanes on 6. You saw in the previous diagram, again, because we do know both there's parking and a lot of times when shows and events are getting loaded into the entertainment, that loading dairy also. So what we've tried to do is sort of the picking and the dumpsters are on G Street to stay off that 6th Street corridor. And if you saw where Andy had the blue lines, all the deliveries are sort of focused on 5th. So we're trying to distribute so that we actually don't, we're sort of as Andy said, where those power generators and the power things are for the existing stations, we're really locked into that. So we're trying to move the other things off onto the other streets to sort of facilitate some of those issues and keep and attempt to keep the traffic flowing.
Yeah, we're not taking any northbound lanes, so those will remain. I might even go on the limb and say, we will consume this area of the block in a permanent condition almost, so that when you have those people that double park or hog a lane and cause nightmarish traffic, it's just going to be 2 lanes of traffic. So we're not. There's always been this. These hours match the existing
people
conditions.
are going to do, Andy.
Yeah, I know, it is true.
Don't go down that path. We can't ever predict what people do. But
Got it.
Could I follow up? Just one question. I know you want to get this meeting over with. My understanding is that DDOT requires when a sidewalk is closed, that whoever's doing the construction is required to put in a temporary sidewalk, which I don't see in your schematic here at all. And I would suggest to Chairman Schenkel that the developer of this site be required to work with DDOT in a traffic management plan for 6th Street during this construction period. I think it's a very reasonable ask. And I think that something I think that DDOT would be more than welcome to work with these developers in making sure that pedestrians and traffic are protected. Thank you.
I'll just jump in there, Mr. Howard, and just say we've been working very closely with DDOT, on the site, the traffic control plan that you see, or site utilization plan that you see here, and a lot of these is based on their feedback as well, and their buy-in. But we're happy to think about that as you state.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you.
We do
Howard.
have plans kind of coming in and out of sidewalks already planned as we went through the plan right now, but we'll look at it.
Right. And yes. And we Commissioner Nelson and I had a previous meeting where we were briefed on this as well. And there is significant limitation at this site because of the need to move this power and AC units from the top of the building. So unfortunately, the way that this site is constructed, the only way that additional pedestrian lanes could occur, pedestrian sidewalks could occur, would be in a northbound lane of traffic. around the spot, which is not ideal for 6th Street at this point. But the developer is required to work with DDOT on a traffic mitigation strategy in this. So, but thank you very much, Howard, for that. And thanks for a great presentation. I would like to move that we send a letter of support for the demolition of the site and for the demolition of the site, which includes the closing of certain areas that we saw here for that period of January 2023 through January 2024.
Thank you.
Is there a second? There's a second with Gigi. All those in favor? Awesome. 3 of 3 commissioners voting in favor of that. And you are also requesting, if I recall correctly here with what we just said, you are also requesting the after hours per approval letter as well.
Right. That's exactly right. That application is not in yet, just to be clear. So we'll obviously reach out to Gigi once that application is in.
Got it. Got it. Okay, terrific. But that would be a condition of this time frame, is to get that extra couple hours there. Got it. Got it. Terrific. Awesome. So we will get that letter of support over there.
Thank you very much, commissioners.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much. We'll now move on to 1425 New York Avenue Northwest. A request to the Board of Zoning adjustment application for a rooftop structure. I can't even talk at this point of the day, with the conversion of office to residential in the building. And is Jeff with us? Yes.
I'm Megan Huddlecox. I work with Jeff, and I'll be starting the presentation tonight.
Hi, Megan. How are you?
Hi, doing well. Thank you all for sticking with us for so long. We will make this relatively brief, but just have a short presentation to walk through to give you all a sense of what we're seeking before the Board of Zoning Adjustment. As I said, my name is Megan Huddlecox. I'm with the law firm of Goulston and Storrs, and we represent the applicant in this case. And we have Folger Pratt, the applicant. We have a couple of individuals from their team, as well as the architects, WDG Architecture, here to go over this presentation. Essentially, and I know this ANC is very familiar with this kind of relief, we are seeking special exception approval for habitable penthouse space within the secure area around the White House, because the property is at 1425 New York, so about a block away from the east side of the White House, as well as part of the project, which the architects will walk through, includes creating an open court to allow some additional light and air for the residential units. And penthouses are required to have a 1-to-1 setback from the edge of open courts, and given some of the existing structure and core that's part of the conversion, we won't quite be meeting that 1-to-1 setback. So those are the 2 special exceptions that we will be seeking. And so with that, I will turn it over to the Folger Pratt team to walk a little bit through their vision for the project, as well as their operations within the district, and then the architects will walk through the plan.
Thank you, Megan. Hi, all. I'm Cassie. I apologize. I'm having a little bit of Wi-Fi trouble tonight, so I'm on my phone, and I hope this is working.
You're working fine.
Okay, great. Please let me know if it doesn't, and I got folks on standby ready to jump in. So like I said, I'm Cassie. I'm the director with development at Folger Pratt, kind of day-to-day project manager for this job from the ownership development side. We're really excited to be your neighbor down in this part of DC. Folger Pratt in general has had a growing experience in DC over especially the last 5 years or so. We have about 1,000 units managed by Folger Pratt, 800 plus developed in the last 3 or 4 years. And we have a strong pipeline of about 600 or so units coming. Most of those coming in the like ANC 5, 6, stuff like that. So I was really excited to see the number 2 pop up. I was like, this is cool. And, you know, our vision for the site here is really just to take advantage of the great opportunity of being able to come into a dense area already, you know, populated with great folks, and be able to have a shorter construction schedule, hopefully by converting a office tower built in the 1990s to a multifamily building. I will let WDG, for the most part, explain a little bit more than that. You'll probably want to hear from them. But I think that that's really it. I'll close by mentioning, you know, Folger Pratt is a local company. Not only do we have a presence in DC, but in Maryland and Virginia. It's privately owned. You know, it's on generation 3. So I love working there. I'm proud of it. And I'm excited to continue working there in the district. And I think I will pass it to WDG at this point, if you guys.
Hi, this is Siti Abdul Rahman, and I'm going to try to share. Oh, there you go. JP sharing the screen. So can we pass this couple one? My name is Siti Abdul Rahman. Good evening. I'm going to start all over again. JP Gonzalez and I will be representing WDG Architecture, and we will be showing you some of the slides for the project of, for the conversion of 1425 New York Avenue office building into a 255 unit residential building. So to the next slide. So before, let me see, okay. So just to show the location of the site. So the outline with the red, that is the location of the site we have is fronting New York Avenue. And it's a through site, and it also has a facade or access from H Street between 14th Street and 15th Street. And next slide, please. So before we go and talking about all the fun stuff that we're going to do in the residential for the conversion, so we want you to walk through in terms of how the building look like today. And right now is an office building, and you can see this a view that's taken from New York Avenue. And currently there's an arcade at the base of the building that has a retail area, and also the building entrance that is set back away from the face of the facade. And then we also have a parking garage entrance that is located also on New York Avenue. And as you can see, the first 2 floors of the building are articulated with a special architectural expression. And then above this ground floor is where we have our office spaces that currently is, they have this triangular shaped balcony that is incorporated with the precast concrete panel facade. And then we also have this vertical curtain wall system glass, that is going up to, from up and down the building, and also set back on the top 3 floors of the building to emphasize the main entrance of the facade. And so this is the view from New York Avenue. So the next slide will be showing the view of the existing building from H Street. So if you recall, I told you earlier that it has 2 facade, one on New York Avenue and the other one on H Street. So this one here is showing, we have this visible area on the base of the building, and then you can see the loading area also that is serving the building from H Street. And from the second story above is the office building that is, we have a concrete precast panel with punch window. And then, similar to New York Avenue, it has this really articulated 2-story base and also setback on the top 3 floors. So the next slide, please. So this is the current penthouse of the office building. The area in blue is actually the enclosed space and currently function as the mechanical room serving the building. And it has a setback. It has actually also has an atrium. The area that shows 33 feet is an atrium with a glass top that we're gonna talk about later. The next slide, please. The other thing that we like to identify is in terms of contextual. I mean, the site is actually in a very great location. It's about it's a very close proximity to the White House. It's roughly about 1,200 feet away, and it's a really fantastic location. Next, the next following slide is showing you the plan and the vision that we have for the residential building. So on the screen here right now is the ground floor plan, which is accessible from New York Avenue. This is the level where New York Avenue is. So on this plan, we're gonna have the main entrance to the residential building, and we're gonna maintain the parking garage entrance at the similar location that we had as the office building. And on this ground floor, we're gonna locate the residential amenity, indoor and outdoor. And we also will be providing some support area like leasing office for the residential, additional parkings, additional package room, and some other service function. And in addition to that, also we are making the outdoor. We're gonna take off the atrium, the glass top, and make this atrium area slightly bigger, or courtyard as we call it, that will function as outdoor terrace for the residential amenity for this level. And by doing this, is allow more light and air for the residents for this residential building. Next. And this is a typical floor, the residential floor. So the lavender color is the residential unit, and the yellow is circulation. By the way, can you go back, JP, one more slide? So the other thing I forgot to mention here is like we are trying really hard, to maintain. Let's see. We are also trying to reuse the existing building infrastructure for this building. And then one thing that we're trying to do also is to maintain the majority of the vertical transportation, like the elevator core that is shown on this patient, and also some of the stairs that is complying with the building code. So this elevator core, for instance, is going all the way up, that we can show on the next sheets, which is the typical residential floor. And then,
may I ask you a quick question?
Yes.
With the terrace, so that not the terrace, the atrium, that goes the entire way through the building, and you're removing the top of that.
Correct.
And making the space a little larger, so that ground level will have access to an outdoor space.
Correct.
And then each of the floors will have more ventilation because of the way the light.
Yeah, correct.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so if you look at the typical residential floor, right, we're gonna have one bay of the unit we're looking New York Avenue, the other one have access view to H Street. So the one that is around the courtyard now also have access to more light and natural air. So that become a bit is good for the well-being of the residents. So that's exactly what we're doing.
Got it.
So this is a typical residential floor that is going to go all the way up to the building, to the top of the building. And then the next slide here is showing the penthouse level itself on top of the residential floor. And we're going to have the residential amenity, which is about 2,000 square feet. And then we're going to have some sort of like outdoor terrace around it, and some maybe a little water feature that is going to be incorporated just as an outdoor amenity. But majority of the space is going to be still mechanical area. So if you look at the gray area, that's some mechanical spaces. We're going to have stairs and then just circulation to get in and out from the elevator. So in our effort to maintain the existing infrastructure, like the elevator core here, there's certain area, for instance, the setback on the penthouse, we need to get a zoning relief because it's going to be a lot more higher than 13 feet. So we need to get a 1-to-1 penthouse setback relief for this area. So The next slide, please, JP. Next slide.
All right, and then here are some more 3D renderings. So here on the bottom left, we have an aerial view of the penthouse. So at the bottom of the page, we have New York Ave with 14th Street on the right-hand side. So here on the southern portion is where we're locating the residential amenities. Most of the glazing is going to be located on this side, and the rest is going to be solid and with mechanical fencing around it. We're also going to provide a small outdoor terrace and, like City mentioned, a shallow water feature for the residents to enjoy during the summer months. On the top right, we have more of an eye-level perspective of, the environment that we're trying to create on this rooftop amenity space. For the building itself, this is a view of a lot of the improvements that we're making in this conversion. First of all, we wanted to simplify the building by getting rid of the arcade and bringing the building facade out to match the rest of the building up top. By doing so, we wanted to also reclad these first 2 floors with a material that's with clean lines and very sophisticated palette. Create large openings on the base to create a very inviting environment for the pedestrian as walking by. We're also maintaining the entrance here in the middle, which is accented by the vertical glass expression that is actually a continuation of the similar motif that exists today. And we will also be keeping the existing parking garage entrance here. On the upper floors, we will be replacing all the windows with energy efficient operable windows. That's required for residential units, along with, again, simplifying the architecture, squaring the top off. And then we'll also be modifying the existing balconies. So, instead of having the triangular shape, we'll have a straight recessed balcony and Juliet balcony, really trying to create that residential feel to the building and to get as much access to that fresh air as possible. And finally, for the modifications to the rest of the facade, we wanted to use a very warm palette that's more appropriate for residential use here.
And does the building currently have patios or outdoor?
Yes. So actually, on New York Ave, every bay here has a recessed balcony and the glass actually creates a triangular shape. So all these are accessible balconies as it currently exists.
Oh wow! I've never noticed that.
Yeah, it's very interesting for an office building for sure.
It's very unique.
Yeah.
So we wanted to keep that same narrative, and especially it's very helpful in the residential use to be able to get access to that fresh air.
Thanks so much, JP. That concludes the presentation that we had. I would just note we've also met with the Secret Service as part of the application, and we'll continue to work with them regarding the project as well. So we're happy to answer any questions.
So what you're asking for is relief for the height?
No. So we're asking for 2 areas of relief. The one is the habitable penthouse, just because it is in the secured area. So any kind of habitable roof space requires relief. And then the second is, I don't know, JP, if you can go back to the roof plan slide, but essentially around this open court, typically roof structures are required to be set back 1-to-1 from the edge. And we're not quite able to accomplish that because we're utilizing that existing core.
Got it. So let me just, I'll put it in my language here. So the area, the amount, the distance between where the court or the Yeah, the courtyard starts and the atrium starts and that wall or structure should be the same height as the structure.
Yes, exactly.
Got it. Okay, that's what I thought. And that's put into place so that people typically don't see it.
Right. And I would just note that this courtyard, if it were a closed court, it doesn't have to be set back, but technically we open onto the edge of this alley at a 15-foot kind of wider space that opens into the square. So it is all internal to the square, but because of the width of the alley there, it is technically an open court, which is why that one-to-one setback would be required.
Got it. I'm following you now. Gotcha. Okay. I think this looks great. I'm excited. And will this be purchase or rental?
This will be a rental.
A rental building. Okay, gotcha. Okay. All right. Commissioners, do you have any questions?
No
I
questions.
don't, thank you.
I would like to move that we send a letter of support for residential relief for this property.
Second.
And all those in favor? And I guess I see Gigi's hand up. Ellie, can you just let me know?
Yeah, my hand's up as well.
Okay, gotcha. So 3 of 3 commissioners voting in favor of that. And Megan, I'm wondering if you could send me or someone on your team could send me some language.
Yes, I would be happy to. We'll be getting our official case number later this week from the BZA. So as soon as I have that, I'll send you that and the specific language for the description.
I would greatly appreciate that. That would be totally awesome. But I think this is exciting, and you're taking this block kind of building and making it exciting downtown. So thank you.
Thank you. We're excited.
Michael, which I tried to ask, but I couldn't. I guess you couldn't see me or hear me. What is the?
You want to email the question, Joanne? We already, I think, are sending.
Okay, never mind. I don't want to upset anyone. It's okay.
Okay, thanks.
Just what is the architectural firm so I could call them?
It's WDG Architecture.
Thank you.
We are, so thank you for that. And we have one more presentation this evening, which is related to the ANC redistricting process. Is Howard or Austin? I don't know if I don't see Austin. Austin is on. Austin is on. Terrific.
So I would defer to Austin to begin the presentation.
Hello, everybody.
Hi.
I'm going to file this under saving the best for last, knowing that you folks, yes. And do I have permission to share screen?
Yep, please do.
Okay. This is my third presentation tonight. So as I say to other people, my goal is to bore everyone as much as I am with myself around this topic. So here we go. I will try and give as short and sweet a version as possible. All right, so let's go here. I'm going to present and let's see. Are you folks seeing the opening screen?
Yes, we are.
All right, in the spirit of being short and sweet, I'm going to cut to the chase. So, hello, everybody. My name is Austin. I am your 2F neighbor. I live right across Massachusetts Avenue near the intersection with 11th and L. I am the task force chairperson for redistricting. I don't care what ANC I end up in. I don't care what SMD I end up in. I could easily be in the downtown or over in Shaw or here where I am now in 2F. Howard, as many of you already know, is our task force representative from 2C. Here's a tease of where we're going with this and why I so desperately conveyed to the commissioners why I think it's important to be part of this conversation tonight. So, as you know, redistricting has resulted in 2C going from 3 commissioners to 2 commissioners. As part of the process that we've been doing, we've heard that 2C might be interested in growing. So what we did, this is Howard, myself, and a staff member from the Ward 2 Council office. We met and we built 4 SMDs for downtown. The way we did that, and I can get into more details going forward, but I don't want to overdo it for now. The way we did that, we took the Penn Quarter SMD, which is, so SMDs are ideally, according to code, DC code, supposed to be between 1,900 and 2,100 people. So this one down here in Penn Quarter, we have it close to 1,900. Then Chinatown, a little over 2,100. Then going from Mount Vernon Square west to Franklin Square, McPherson Square, Farragut Square. A lot of blocks, a lot of businesses, not many people relative to like how dense other ANCs are. So that's about 1,900 people. If we go a little bit north and create a 2C04, we can get to about 1,900 people. This is where my ANC now is, 2F. It has 8 single member districts right now. If we do this, we go down to 7. And we do that by donating. That's my nice word for saying it. We're donating population south of Massachusetts Avenue. So that's kind of the summary. Are you okay if I just roll through a bunch of other slides, or do you want to just ask questions about this now? How do you commissioners prefer we do this? And Howard, is there anything you want to say?
Yeah, thank you, Austin, for your presentation. Just to give you the philosophy that we used in creating these these 4 SMDs is that, first of all, I know that Gigi expressed interest in expanding the number of single member districts. And we thought that that was, we thought it was an excellent idea. And I think this is great that our presentation comes on the heels of the Folger-Pratt presentation of converting that office building to a residential, because we envision in the next 10 years, many of these conversions from commercial to residential occurring in this part of town, going west from Chinatown. It's clear that post-COVID, that the downtown areas throughout the country are not going to be the same as they were pre-COVID. And clearly, developers and owners of commercial property will be looking to follow on the heels of Folger-Pratt. So that was our philosophy, that going westbound, we thought there was a lot in common with the projected SMDs. They share the commercial / residential characteristics of the current ANC. We feel comfortable in this ANC from my observations after 10 years of seeing how this has transpired. We feel comfortable representing the commercial interests. And we're unlike the other ANCs like Shaw, for example, that have a different agenda. Before I moved to Chinatown, I lived near Logan Circle, and they have a different type of philosophy. A lot of the time is spent on residential parking permits. Well, we don't have that basically. We pay for our parking in this ANC. A lot of concerns dealing with things like curbs and gutters. Well, that's taken care of basically in our ANC. And a lot of time spent on rodents and other things that go along with living in a residential area. We have a mixed use area, and I think that we have experience and we feel comfortable being in that milieu, that mixed use milieu. So, you know, I think this is a great map, a great initiative. And I think that this will will give a high profile to this ANC. So that's all I have to say, Austin.
All right, that's fine. So what I did while you were speaking, I went through the slides so that people who like to read and listen at the same time, you could see what the process is that we're doing. And what I ended up back at is the other slide that we've been showing. And one of the goals of this process is to be making ANCs as compact as possible. That is not the case because of your downtown reality, right? So this would go from Penn Quarter over to like Farragut Square area. And I'm going to explain the evolution of how that's happening. And what some of the things that are still at play are that mean that this is not a done deal by any stretch. So what happens in 2F is that we have too many people in some SMDs, and the same with 2B. So when we added on after meeting with Howard, we then added the ANC to Shaw, right? Shaw is rejoining Ward 2 after having been part of Ward 6. Then we added on 2F, which I'm circling with the cursor. You don't need to memorize any of this. So Evelyn Simmons is my colleague who's part of it. She joined us tonight. She and I had an informal discussion with 2F folks today, similar to how we did with 2C folks last month. So on the left is, you can see the current map of 2F. And what Evelyn and I did, we figured, what can we do to make 2F as similar as possible to what it is now by balancing the populations, taking into account what the Shaw boundary aspires to be, the Massachusetts Avenue boundary for 2F, which means, so if you look here at 2F08 and 2F05, which go down, I don't know, is this probably I Street? I think this is I Street right now for the current boundary. Those are gone. They have very few people there, but they give you enough people. It's in the building where Howard used to live. They give you enough people to get that third SMD. So we may have Blagden Alley and Naylor Court stay with us in 2F, or they may go to Shaw, or they could come downtown. That could be another option. I've heard no one be excited around this SMD of 1,900 people joining downtown, but it is adjacent. If you notice this one ZZ, that's Mount Vernon Square, right, with 0 population, but Carnegie Library. There are some folks in this area who feel like it would be beneficial to have this property and this property, the convention center, both connected to Events DC as part of the same ANC. I haven't encountered a huge reason either for it or against it, but it was something that they're hoping for. The Blagden Alley folks feel that they are quite impacted by what goes on at the convention center, and they have some affiliations with what goes on at the DC History Center at through the Carnegie Library. I don't really know. I don't know myself. I just know what these folks are advocating for. So the goal was to get Marriott Marquis Convention, which is connected to the convention center by a tunnel, as I'm sure you folks know, and the neighbors who live on this section of by the convention center just north of M Street, together back into the same SMD. Right now, this is 2F, like over here. This has been Ward 6, and then this is 2C. So that's a rationale. Our role as task force members is going to be, what can we defend in our report, not just to you neighbors and constituents, but also to the council in the spring when there are going to be 8 or 9 hearings around this process, similar to what happened with the ward boundaries. So I'm wrapping up here. That's more zoomed in. This is what now adding on the DuPont folks, and they're looking at maybe 9 SMDs. They have 2 competing maps. The Shaw people have 3 competing maps. So my role with the task force members is to try and how can we get to consensus? So what happened now when discussing with 2F, I'm going to go back up to that one. In order to do this with 2F, we lopped off some people. So here for 2C04, in order to balance 2F, we had to put some buildings back to get into that range. And now we've got 2C down to 834. Sorry, it's so small, it's distorted. But what's at play here now is the boundaries of 2A and 2B. This is M Street, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of that nightclub area that's south of DuPont going towards by the area by St. Matthew's Cathedral.
Mm-hmm.
This is the area that's been down DuPont Circle. Anyone who works down here, like my spouse and I do, we know that's not DuPont Circle. That is downtown. So that's what Howard is articulating, that if there is going to be more of a downtown ANC, this is the way to do it. You go long, and obviously we're at a long meeting tonight, and you only have a few you're at 3 commissioners, right? So we recognize, right? The people over here in 2D, they want to stay at 2 commissioners. They don't want their meetings to be more than an hour, right? If you ever go to a 2D meeting, they're pretty compact, right? So I'm just being very candid with you folks that these are the things that we're considering. Mainly, we don't want to set this up and then have nobody run for commissioner because they don't want to do this work, right? If you have lots of businesses and ABRA things to be dealing with. So we just want to be realistic. I don't want to be in a situation of advocating for something with oh yeah, this is what 2C wants, if it turns out it's not what 2C wants, right? So Howard, Michael, and others, we've engaged in some of these conversations, and we're bringing it to you folks to try and get your feedback. That's it.
I have a question.
So before you ask your question, Joanne, I just let me just say that I just want to be really clear about what I said. I said that if it's possible to increase 2C to have more commissioners, then that's a good idea because more representation obviously only benefits the residents. And to me, though, it's important to do what makes the most sense in terms of population, natural boundaries, where the residential buildings are actually located. And so if that means consolidating or dividing my SMD with one or more of the other SMDs, to achieve the greatest representation, then obviously I am perfectly on board with that. So I just wanted to clarify for the record that that's what I said.
Understood, and that's fine. Your SMD is already in range at around 1900. So you're the least of our concerns, Gigi. Right?
Well, I just didn't want it to seem like I said, yes, we need to make 2C bigger because that's not really what I said.
No, you're good. And so you helped us, right, expand a conversation that could benefit the what's going on in DuPont, right? Because they have so many people and it's so dense already. And we can't look at what's projected to happen as part of our decisions that we make now with downtown residentials. But if we make every SMD now at 2100, everything's going to have to change if the same rules are in effect in 10 years. So by sticking closer to 1900, then there's room to grow with the SMDs looking forward.
Right. And I think what you have displayed here, for me, makes a lot of sense with the downtown corridor or the downtown central business district area. This looks good to me. I like when you ask about if you can get people to run in these areas. We don't know that, I guess. How do you assess that?
It's a great question. It's just a theme we're trying to keep in mind, that we're not trying to get rid of another area's challenges and assigning it to another
right.
ANC, correct? Right. So that's
Oh, I
right.
got what you're saying.
Yeah. In this process, right, we're not, I think you folks already know this, but I want everyone to hear it. We're trying to be clear. We're not trying to advantage any current SMDM commissioners or disadvantage, right? But, and that could be looked at like, oh, there's a lively nightclub area south of DuPont Circle. It might be hectic, right? And people might not want to have to deal with that as a commissioner. Maybe some people would be excited to be, right? So I think the opportunities that are presented as a growing residential area happens downtown might come with challenges, right? Because they're going to be in commercial areas where there are maybe nightclubs, right, that haven't had to answer to neighbors in a way that may start happening over the course of the next X years.
Got it. Got it. That makes sense. And I completely applaud the your work on this as a redistricting body. I think it's really makes a lot of sense. I think the Massachusetts line makes sense completely. I am not opposed to the convention center area becoming part of downtown. I just want to put that out there. Like there's no opposition that I have either way in that fight. I think what is most important is that the residents are represented by that are impacted by the convention center. So I don't know if that's best to fit in a Shaw 2F configuration or a downtown configuration. So I just put that out there for you to consider. But I think what you have done here makes sense.
Thank you, Michael. I just wanted to make the point that when we drew this map, we sort of followed the adage of the great hockey player Wayne Gretzky, who was quoted as saying, "It's not where the puck is right now, it's where the puck is going."
Right.
And when we see like the presentation from Folger Pratt tonight, I think we're going to have much more conversions coming up in the next 10 years. And I think that we are primed in this ANC to work with commercial and residential living side by side in peace and harmony.
Yep.
So, yeah.
Excellent, thank you. And I applaud the commission for increasing the number of commissioners in 2C, because we do need additional commissioners to spread that workload that we experience. Commissioner Gigi or Commissioner Nelson or Ms. Key, do you have other questions or comments?
No, just echoing you. Thank you for your work on this. It seems like you really took a lot of care to have the identities of the neighborhoods considered and the residents and the businesses. And it doesn't go unnoticed. It's definitely hard work. So thank you.
Yes. And I know you guys are getting, you get a ton of payment associated with this, just like the ANCs do. So I know the headache that comes with this.
Yeah, this was not marketed as the type of gig it's turned out to be, by the way.
Exactly.
So I think when I say around who will run for commissioner, you might be hearing some of my personal bias around what this role has been. But anyway, we're trying to have some fun with it. Howard's been a pleasure to work with. Our colleague Evelyn's on this. If she wants to weigh in, she's welcome to. We're trying to also be careful, so for me to say, okay, 2F08 neighbors, you're going to be jumping into another ANC. I've already had someone question that means Thompson Elementary School, which is now going to be in a different ANC, right? Which I can pretty much see from where I'm sitting right now. What's that impact going to be? And I don't really know the answer, but there's always going to be some impact, right? We know we're not going to please everyone. We want to try and please as many people as possible. And as you folks, I think by the quantity of emails you've seen from me and the engagement opportunities, nobody should tell us they weren't given a chance to get input, right? We're really trying to be intentional about that. So this is where we are now. We will keep trying. Like, we aren't getting pushback really from anyone around what is happening. What it's going to be is with the growth of this downtown ANC. I think people have received it as like, oh, it's an opportunity. So it'll just be at the margins now, like which populations maybe go into this vision. And that's where we're at. So I thank you for giving us this time. I know it's after 10. Sir, let me just be clear. We have a town hall that anyone's welcome to come to next Monday. So March 14th, starting at 6:45. If you go onto the screen that shows the brookpintodc.com website, that shows where our upcoming meetings are. People can give testimony for up to 3 minutes. We've done one in February. We over-prepared and we didn't have a ton of people. So we're a little nervous that if we under-prepare, we might be doing an all-nighter. So, like you are right now. So, you're welcome to come and present. And just the other website is around the overall redistricting process. Our reports for all 8 wards are due April 1st. Someone has a good sense of humor with that date. So we're just trying to tie this up so we're not rushing towards the end. And I'm trying to emphasize, this is not a blood sport, right? That this is only halfway through the process. Hearings are going to happen at the council level. And whatever, we may think we have the best, most beautiful designs ever, and then other people are going to testify, and people are going, then other decisions will be made beyond us. So I'm trying to keep this as consensus, collaborative, inclusive, and transparent. And just, there's no reason for us volunteers to be bickering with each other, right? Which has happened, right? That this is going to be going to another level, and then people can sort it out there. Right. So there's too much else going on in the world that is much bigger problems than where lines are drawn on maps. It would be helpful to know, does anyone have a strong feeling about whether the Carnegie Library, Mount Vernon Square spot go to the same ANC as the convention center is?
I don't.
I don't see a connection. Like, living here, I don't think they need to be. I don't have a strong feeling, is what I'm saying.
It's fine.
I don't either.
Yeah, that's helpful. So we just don't want to think we're trying to like pry something from you and folks, if it can be, and this is kind of the win-win part, right? So someone said to me, well, why is then the downtown getting McPherson, Franklin, like all these nice parks? And I was like, well, there's hardly any people that live down in those places. So like the numbers work, right, for it. So I just think like we can't have that much emotion attached to like what is kind of a numbers game in some ways. Right. And that this is your answers there, what you just did, convey that as well, right? So granted, maybe at 10:16 I can get you folks to agree to anything. So
I don't know about that.
So seriously, please feel free to reach out to us. Howard's our conduit for this team, but Michael, Gigi, Ellie, others know how to reach me. I don't want to be swamped with email. That's already been happening, and I'm telling people, like, don't send your testimony to me. I'm not going to read it. Send it here to Victoria. She's the council staff. She'll get it onto the website, and part of that is being transparent. I don't want people to think that they can personally lobby me as task force chair.
Right.
I'm just saying I don't really care. Put it publicly. I care about the process, and I want everyone to feel like they're going to get a fair deal from me as task force chair. So I'm in the luxurious position of saying I don't care too much around what ANC I'm in, and I stand by that. I care that we're following a transparent process that is accessible to as many people as possible. So Howard, anything else, or Evelyn that you wish to share before we say goodnight to these nice people?
I just wanted to give you a shout out, Austin. I've never worked with you before. You are just a total pleasure to work with. You're focused. You're totally unbiased regarding this project, and you're incredibly well organized. I've learned a lot from you. Thank you so much, Austin, for your service.
I'll send you your bonus after the meeting, Howard.
I hope it's not grief.
Oh, it's been crazy. I mean, Howard knows that some of this has been crazy. So like now that we're like seeing the light at the end of the tunnel, I can like simmer down a little bit. But there were moments where I was like, why are we doing this? But oh well.
Yep.
Evelyn, do you want to add anything?
Yeah, this is Evelyn Boyd Simmons, and I am Austin's 2F task force representative. And I just want to echo what Howard said about how hard Austin works. And I want to appreciate this body for being so appreciative of the work that's gone into, Austin and Howard and others making the effort to do the kind of solution finding that is rational. A lot of people have strong feelings for good reasons. They've spent a lot of time developing what I call their civic capital, and it just frankly matters more to some people than others for very good reasons, neither here nor there.
Right.
But, it's really good to be in a meeting like this where people just appreciate the approach and appreciate the results and appreciate the effort. So thank you.
And that was Evelyn's nice way of saying Austin can keep saying, I don't care, but others do care. We get it, right? Like I'm paid not to care at this point, right?
Right.
Right. As a volunteer. So Evelyn's been amazing. We really have coalesced as a team. So thanks everyone.
Thank you so much.
Let us know if you need more information.
I would absolutely encourage folks to participate in the hearings coming up next Monday, the 14th, 6:45, and provide testimony regarding the maps and regarding the process. So thank you.
And if
so
you
much.
can't do that, you can do the written testimony. You can submit a draft map. People were asking me, oh, do you still want more maps? Sure, submit a draft map. But clearly we've got a lot of maps, folks.
Right. Right.
So do it if it's fun for you, but we don't have a shortage of maps.
Got it. Awesome. Well, thank you very much.
Yeah.
I don't have anything else on our agenda this evening. I would love to have a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Second. All those in favor? Awesome. Thank you all so much for hanging in with us. Have a great night. Bye-bye.